Gagut, greetings.
Gagut, greetings.
Gagut, greetings.
Praise God. This is Don Glover on this date of January 30th, 2022, and I'm here to share with you the God order that God has ordained a black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity infallibly, where eta sub n, first revealed by God to Professor Gabriel Oyibo, is the infallible formula for intelligence, and n is the level of intelligence. God has designed that n for Professor Gabriel Oyibo to be infinity, hence eta sub infinity. And since black people share the same genes as Professor Gabriel Oyibo, God has ordained the black race to be the most intelligent race, the richest race, the most undefeatable race. As a consequence, we are the chosen race, not the Jewish people, the black people. This has been verified and accepted by Yale University, which we'll go into later. The United States government also will go into labor, and globally. I want to share with you the surrenders that have come about through Gagut in terms of, since 1990, when Gagut was first revealed, how Gagut has forced the rest of the world to surrender over to the black race. Just one second. Do you all see the Gaussian 2005 page in front of you?
Yes.
This is the surrender from the headquarters of intelligence in Germany in terms of the greatest. Well, first, it's Göttingen University, which is the headquarters of intelligence in Gagut. In terms of headquarters of intelligence prior to Gagut and the Fappen Institute of Technology. This university had, as one time, their head of the mathematics department as Professor Carl Frederick Gauss. Just one second as I You all see the Wikipedia page of Professor Carl Frederick Gauss in front of you.
Yeah.
Not yet. Okay, now yes.
Professor Johann Carl Frederick Gauss, born April 30th, 1777, died transformed on February 23rd, 1855. He was a German mathematician and physicist who made significant contributions to many fields of mathematics and science, sometimes referred to as the Princeps Mathematicum, which is Latin for the foremost of mathematicians, and the greatest mathematician since antiquity. Gauss has had an exceptional influence in many fields of mathematics and science, and is ranked among history's most influential mathematicians. So what you must understand is Gauss is considered to be one of the top European mathematicians, and he's one of the top 3 European mathematicians. And as I said, he's the greatest mathematician since antiquity. He comes from Göttingen University. Göttingen University ranked the works of first, they celebrated Gauss in terms of 2005, 150 years after his transformation, and selected the greatest mathematics work to honor the greatest mathematician before Gagut. And if you go back to the list, and I'm going to go back to that in a second. Okay, do you all see the list of the Gauss year 2005 celebration?
Yeah.
This is the celebration in which they had honored the greatest mathematician to honor, greatest mathematician, Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, with the greatest mathematics works for each week of the year 2005, which there are 52 of them. They selected the work of Professor Gabriel Aldo Oyibo, Grand Unified Theorem, or God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Can you see that on the top of this list?
Yes.
Yeah.
To understand that ranking, we must understand the company in which Professor Oyibo keeps. If you go to NR19, you will see the listing by Sir Professor Michael Atiyah and Daniel Arganitzer, Field Medalist Lectures. Well, who is Professor Michael Atiyah, Sir Professor Michael Atiyah? Well, let's take a look. Do you all see Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah's page, Wikipedia page in front of you?
Yes.
Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, born on April 22nd, 1929, transformed on January 11th, 2019. He was a British Lebanese mathematician specializing in geometry. Atiyah grew up in Sudan and Egypt, but spent most of his academic life in the United Kingdom at the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge, and in the United States at the Institute for Advanced Study. He was the president of the Royal Society from 1990 to 1995, founding director of the Isaac Newton Institute from 1990 to 1996, the master of Trinity College from 1990 to 1997. So why is that important? What is so important about this? Well, Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, as you just saw by the last two listings, he is a successor to another famous European mathematician. That mathematician is Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Do you all see his page in front of you in terms of the Wikipedia page?
Yes.
Sir Professor Isaac Newton, born December 25th, 1642, transformed on March 20th, 1727. He was an English mathematician, physicist, astronomer, alchemist, theologian, and author, described in his time as a, quote, natural philosopher. Widely recognized as one of the greatest mathematicians and physicists of all time, and among the influential scientists. He was a key figure in the philosophical revolution known as the Enlightenment. His book, Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, which is translated from Latin as Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, first published in 1687, established classical mechanics. So Sir Professor Isaac Newton is considered to be one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. You understand that? It says here, widely recognized as one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. What's also important to understand is Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton, because we both came from Cambridge, and he even had the title of the director of the Isaac Newton Institute and the master of Trinity College, which is what proves that he's a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Do you all see that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So that's and Newton, although Gauss is considered to be the best or the better mathematician, the superior mathematician, Gauss had a lot of respect for Newton. So when they're honoring Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss and with the work of a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton, that work of Professor Atiyah could have been placed as #1 work because of the respect Gauss had for Newton. There's also another consideration you also understand. If you go back to the list, you will see that they listed the work of Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah as being in the position, being in field medalist lectures. Can you all see that in week 19? Field medalists is in plural, lectures.
Yes.
Okay, just a minute. Okay, yeah.
So what is the Fields Medal? Well, let's take a look. You all see the Wikipedia page for the Fields Medal?
Yes.
The Fields Medal is awarded to 2, 3, or 4 mathematicians under 40 years of age at the International Congress of the International Mathematical Union, IMU, a meeting that takes place every 4 years. Now, this is the part that's most important. The Fields Medal is regarded as one of the highest honors a mathematician can receive and has been described as the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. You understand?
Yeah.
You scroll further down, look at the winners who won the award from 1936, which is the first time the award was awarded. And you scroll down, so you can see the numbers of people who have gotten the prize. You can also see in 1966, Atiyah being one of the winners. Do you see that?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And 2002 being the last year that the Fields Medal was awarded before the 2005 celebration in terms of the Gauss year. So if you include Atiyah, there are 44 Nobel Prize Award equivalents. You see that? Do you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Atiyah being a successor to Newton is one thing. Then he's also listed as a winning award, which is equivalent to Nobel Prize himself. And his work, Field Medalist Lectures, contains the works of 43 other field medalists. With him included, it's 44. Any one of those points could have been placed or could have put Atiyah's work as number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Göttingen very painfully had to rank the work of Atiyah and the 43 other field medalists as being inferior to Gagut. That's why they placed that work at week 19 as opposed to week 26. Can you all see the disparity or the difference in terms of Gagut is up here at the top. Atiyah's work is at the bottom here, 7 places below. Do you see that? And the other 43 field medals. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Praise God. That's what we must understand. If we go to week 23 or NR 23, you'll see 2 names that are Russian, but the second name is the name I would like you to focus on, which is Anatoly T. Fomenko. Do you all see that?
Yes.
Well, who's
Yes.
Anatoly Fomenko? Let's take a look. Do you all see the Wikipedia page of Anatoly Timovich Fomenko in front of you?
Yes.
Anatoly Timovich Fomenko, born in March 13th, 1945 in Stelano, USSR. He was a Soviet Soviet mathematician and is a current Russian-day mathematician, professor at Moscow State University, well-known as a topologist and a member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He is a successor to another famous European mathematician in the European Society. That mathematician's name is Professor Leonard Euler. Do you all see that?
Yes.
Professor Leonard Euler, do you all see the page?
I'm waiting. Yes, I see it now.
Professor Leonard Euler, born on April 15, 1707, transformed on September 18, 1783. He was a German-Swiss mathematician, physicist, astronomer, geographer, logician, and engineer who founded the studies of graph theory and topology and made pioneering and influential discoveries in many other branches of mathematics, such as analytic number theory, complex analysis, and infinitesimal calculus. He introduced much of the modern mathematical terminology and notation, including the notion of a mathematical function. He was also known for his works in mechanics, fluid dynamics, optics, astronomy, and music theory. Now, this is the part that's most important. Euler is held to be one of the greatest mathematicians in history and the greatest of the 18th century. If you skip the next sentence and go to the sentence after, it says, Carl Friedrich Gauss remarked, quote, "The study of Euler's works will remain the best school for the different fields of mathematics, and nothing else can replace it." So that's Gauss himself, whom the Gaussian 2005 celebration was dedicated towards. Gauss is giving a glowing review to Euler. Although Gauss is considered to be the superior mathematician, he had respect for Euler like he had respect for Newton. So a successor to Euler like Professor Fomenko, he could have been placed as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss on that basis alone. But as the lists will show, and it's very important that we understand what the Gaussian 2005 list is saying, when it came to the ranking of the works, the work of Professor Fomenko as a successor to Professor Leonard Euler was ranked inferior to Gagut. That's why it's below 3 places below where Gagut is. Gagut is here at the top. Fomenko's work is listed 3 places below. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Praise God. We now go to week 24, which has David Hilbert. Well, who is Professor David Hilbert? Well, let's take a look. Do you all see the page of Professor David Hilbert?
Yeah.
Professor David Hilbert, born January 23rd, 1862, transformed on February 14th, 1943. He was a German mathematician and one of the most influential mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. You all see that?
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you look at the portrait to the right, or the picture, the highlighting of the portrait and all that, the bar with that runs vertically where the picture is. If you scroll down and you look down onto that bar, it says that one of the associations or institutions he's associated with is Göttingen University, or the University of Göttingen. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. He happens to not only be connected to Göttingen University, he is a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss as head of the mathematics department at Göttingen. Do you understand?
Yes.
The other thing that's a distinction about Hilbert is if you look at the list of doctoral students, it's very rare for a mathematician to produce many PhDs. Gilbert always saw 69 PhDs in mathematics under his belt, and all of them became stars in the field of mathematics. That's why they have hyperlinks and pages in terms of links to their pages on Wikipedia. They're not just names that listed, they're list of names with actual hyperlinks or other links to other pages. You see the 69 students of Professor David Hilbert.
Yes, I see him.
So Professor Hilbert is the last of the great mathematicians and one of the most influential mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. He is a successor to Gauss at Göttingen University as the head of the mathematics department, and he's overseen 69 PhDs in mathematics. They could have ranked Hilbert, being a direct successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, as number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss at Göttingen Gaussian 2005 celebration. However, Göttingen ranked the work of Professor David Hilbert inferior to Gagut. That's why it's placed 2 places below on week 24 as opposed to week 26. You all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
This is all done because we want to establish the company in which Professor Oyibo keeps. It's very easy for us to say, oh, well, we're just saying this, or we're just posting up something and we don't have any proof of what we said. This is the proof of how Professor Oyibo was ranked by Göttingen in relation to how they ranked people like Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton, and Professor Anatoly T. Fomenko, a successor to Professor Leonard Euler, and Professor David Hilbert, who's a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. So that's what needs to be understood. Now the question remains, okay, we see that Göttingen is number 1, or well, perhaps it's not clear. We see number 26. How is that number 1? Well, let's call attention to another particular part, which is, and I'm going to pull it up very quickly, just so we can get a bit of information about Gauss and how he is revered in the German society. Just one second. Do you see the page of with the Gauss Deutschmark picture?
Yes.
Okay, this is a Deutschmark, an actual currency note in Germany in which they put Gauss's likeness on a 10 Deutschmark. This is their way of revering and honoring Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss for what he has done for the German people. Now, usually when you have currency, you usually see either a president or you see a monarch. Gauss was neither a president nor was he a monarch. So why was he put on the Deutschmark in Germany? The reason why his likeness is put in the Deutschmark is because the German people wanted to show respect for what Gauss did for the country. Germany unified as one country under Gauss in terms of Gauss, his influence on Germany and the mathematics when putting Germany on the map had caused the various states that weren't particularly under one nation. For example, Germany was a bunch of states like Bavaria, Prussia, Saxony, and so forth. Once Gauss's influence was felt upon the whole world, Germany unified into one country. And to show thanks and gratitude for the impact that Gauss made on mathematics and putting Germany on the map, they put his likeness on the Deutschmark. You see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Gauss didn't have to be a monarch or a politician. He was something better. He was a mathematician to whom his people respected greatly. That's why his likeness was put on the Deutschmark. That's something for us to learn as Black people in terms of revering and honoring our heroes. But most importantly, if you look to the left of his portrait, you will see a graph. You all see the graph that's to the left of his portrait?
Yes.
Yes.
This graph is a statistics graph, which is known as a Gaussian distribution curve. It is also more commonly known as a bell curve. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
The bell curve ranks data on the horizontal axis, and it corresponds to the weeks or the actual listing of the horizontal data, which is the horizontal axis data, will correspond to its position on the curve. Now, if you take the Gauss year 2005, the Gauss year 2005 on the actual horizontal axis would be from week 1, which is to the right, a little bit to the right to the origin. The origin point is where the vertical axis and the horizontal axis coincide on the graph. And to the right, to the bit of right to that is where week 1 will start, right around here. And all the way to the utmost right will go to week 52. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the ranking of the Gauss year 2005 celebration. We also need to understand the concept of a median. A median is the middle point of the actual data. So when we're talking about the Gauss year 2005, we're looking for the middle of that. And since there are 52 weeks in the year of 2005 and all other years in particular, we're going to have to divide 52 by 2. You understand?
Yes.
52 divided by 2 is 26. You understand?
Yes.
Oh,
So 26 will correspond to the center here on the horizontal axis. And if you correspond it to the curve, it's at the ultimate or the absolute maximum, the highest point of the curve. You understand?
Yes.
yes.
What you must understand is this. Gagut has been placed at the absolute maximum in terms of the greatest mathematics work, which all the weeks of the Gauss year 2005 will be at a lesser work or a lesser place in the curve. In fact, this is what Reverend Patah General Professor Martin Luther King was speaking about when he said, we must reach the mountaintop. Well, I submit to you, Gagut is the mountaintop. And we've already gotten there since 1990, but officially recognized in 2005 by Gauss year 2005 celebration. And so that means Gagut is the ultimate or the absolute greatest mathematics work. And the only entity that can go higher than Professor Gilbert Oyibo is the work of the Almighty God. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Now that that's been understood, then the question remains, okay, why was the work of Professor Gilbert Oyibo in terms of Gagut, why was it selected as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss? We verge now into proof territory, where in Gagut and OFAP Institute of Technology, we prove everything that we say. So we're going to go into the basis of proof. We're going to take 2 statements. The first statement is Gagut, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, has determined that mathematics, the subject that fears or gets so many people fearful or so frightened of it, mathematics in its simplicity is the study of theorems. And for those who may not understand what a theorem is a statement of infallible truth. You understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mathematics is the study of theorems. That's the first statement we're going to use. The second statement is God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. Gagut, G-I-J, comma J equals 0 of everything. All the words of that acronym are important. But the last 2 are what we're going to focus on, which is unified theorem. Gagut being a God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, and the words unified theorem means it contains, or Gagut contains, all theorems. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. So if you can understand that Gagut has decoded that mathematics is the study of theorems, and also from the acronym God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, Gagut contains all theorems, that now we can now infallibly deduce that Gagut contains all of mathematics. That means all past mathematical works are reproducible from Gagut. That means all present-day mathematical works are reproducible from Gagut. It also means all future mathematical works can be and will be produced from Gagut. So Gagut has superseded the works of Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah because it can reproduce and contain all of his works, and the other 43 field medals. It can reproduce the works of Professor Anatoly T. Fomenko. It can reproduce the works of Professor David Hilbert. It can also reproduce the work of Sir Professor Isaac Newton. It can reproduce the works of Professor Leonard Euler. It can reproduce the works of Professor Bernard Riemann, who we'll get into later. And it can reproduce the works of Professor Carl Frederick Gauss, to whom the celebrated was dedicated towards. Since it can reproduce all mathematical works, this is what forced and compelled the Germans to rank Gagut as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Frederick Gauss. They've handed the baton from Gauss. They've taken it from Gauss, Professor Carl Frederick Gauss, who was the greatest mathematician before Gagut. Now they've handed it over to Professor Gabriel Oyibo, a Gagutian, the proper name for Africa, a black man, and have now officially declared that same black man as the most intelligent creature ever created, or the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed. To this, we must say, praise God!
Praise God.
Praise God.
Praise God.
That is the victory God has blessed us with Göttingen. And you have to understand, the Germans represent Europe. They're the highest level of the European system. You must understand that if there had not been any Gagut, or there had been no development of Gagut, the Germans would not have entertained a black person even sniffing even a couple of millions of miles of this Göttingen Gaussian 2005 celebration list. But Gagut not only forced them to put a black man on the list, but at the very top of this list. That's the victory that you have here. The Germans have surrendered to Gagut and to the black people. And because the Germans represent the highest level of the European system, when the Germans surrender, the whole of Europe has surrendered. Do you understand?
Yes.
That is the blessing of the Gaussian 2005 celebration. The surrender of Europe is not alone because it's powerful on its own. I'm not saying dismissing anything about it. But there's another surrender to the east of Europe which must be paid attention to. And that is in the country of India. I want to pull up your page so I can show to you. Just 1 second. Do you all see the page of the abstract from Jamia Millia Islamia?
Yes.
Well, first I must go to understand India is a country of over 1 billion population. It also, this is very important, they have a top 19 school in India called Jamia Millia Islamia. The Islamia part tells you it's an Islamic school, and it's actually funded by the King of Saudi Arabia. And as I said before, it's a top 19 school in India. What's also important is they did this abstract on gauge conditions for an abelian Chern-Simon system consistent with equations of motion. This is from the Department of Physics at Jamia Millia Islamia. The 4 authors are what I want you to pay attention to, especially the third name listed. If you notice, the third name is mathematics professor Krishnendu Dasgupta. You all see his name, Professor Krishnendu Dasgupta.
Yes.
Yes.
Professor Krishnendu Dasgupta is a mathematical physics professor who is an expert in mathematical physics. Now, he had witnessed Gagut before before what he did. He saw Gagut on YouTube in terms of the presentation of the Gaussian, the Gagut Global Lecture Series in terms of 2004. The Gagut Global Lecture Series in 2004, November, December 2004, was a group of lectures organized by the Nigerian National University Commission in Nigeria, in which the whole world was invited to Nigeria to challenge Gagut. Challenges from the United States, Canada, Germany, Switzerland, the United Nations and UNESCO, India, and other Gagutian countries. All of them were there. They were to challenge Gagut throughout 30 days, in which there were 18 different universities and other lectures, in which they hosted. And as Minister Clemson Brown recorded the over 100 hours of footage, he says after the dust cleared in the 30 days after the challenge, all the challenges had a chance to attack and challenge and scrutinize Gagut. And when the 30 days expired, only Gagut was left standing. When the dust cleared in those 30 days, only Gagut was left standing. You understand?
Yes.
So then the question remains, okay. Professor Singh, an Indian professor who was the head of the mathematics department at Ahmadu Bello University, he was a particular challenger at ABU, or Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, in Nigeria. And he had brought a whole group of mathematicians in with him to challenge Gagut. Gagut thoroughly whipped Professor Singh's behind and all that. But there are several things that you must understand. After all the challenges had gone through at Gagut and in the end were defeated by Professor Gilbert Oyibo, Professor Singh, who was the ringleader, he actually admitted at the end of the presentation to Elder Usman Gazama. Elder Usman Gazama is a born-again Christian and part of Professor Oyibo's security detail. He actually was quoted by Elder Usman Gazama, I'm talking about Singh now, as saying that after the Gagut presentation, that his Professor Singh's 42 years of mathematical teaching as a result of after the Gagut presentation had been reduced to nothing. His 42 years of mathematical teaching and learning and all that had been flushed down the toilet. You understand?
Yeah.
So Professor Dasgupta had witnessed Professor Singh's humiliation. And he wrote our university a letter in 2007. But also, I want to bring your attention to the fact that Professor Dasgupta has two major parts in Indian culture. He has a Hindu part, he has a Muslim part. The Hindu part has been very devastating for Black people or dark-skinned people because the caste system has been in place in India for millennia, for thousands of years. The caste system, for those who don't know, is a color-coded system in terms of the so-called lighter-skinned people are at the very top. When you're darker shades of color, you're in your lower levels. When you reach the Black people in India, they're referred to as Dalit or untouchable. You understand? He comes from that part in terms of, he comes from a Hindu background. So he's writing Professor Gilbert about the Fapit Institute of Technology to declare what he's going to declare. But first, I want to bring that point up. Now, and this is very important, just 1 second. Do you all see the letter by Professor Dasgupta?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And
This letter
yes, I
was
see it
written.
now.
Thank you. This letter was written on July 25th, 2007. Subject type from Krishnendra Dasgupta to Professor Oyibo. Subject: God's mission and Dasgupta. This title testifies to what he's about to swear. He's testifying on what the godly message that he's going to articulate. And the message reads as follows: Dear Oyibo, good day. I've heard that you've been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please write to me, as I would like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishnendra Dasgupta. You've just witnessed in real time the complete and thorough destruction of the caste system once and for all. So Black people now can rejoice and now say, praise God!
Praise God.
Praise God.
The caste system was thought to be something that was in place for millennia that would never end, never stop. God had stopped it. Because when he's declared a black man, a Gagutian, Professor Gilbert Oyibo, who we would have viewed as a Dalit before Gagut, after Gagut, he has officially stated, you are more close to God than any of us. That in mathematics, we call that a diametrically opposed position. Before Gagut, you were at the very bottom. Now, because of Gagut, we're at the very top. You understand?
Yes. Yes.
So now what you must understand is this. Since we're at the very top, we as Black people, we share the same genes as Professor Gabriel Oyibo. That means God, or we have now been declared as being more close to God than any other race. Please mute that. We are more close to God than any other race. That's the official position by Professor, mathematics physics professor Krishnendra Dasgupta and India. So that surrender is important. The caste system, like I said, was thought to be something you can challenge. God challenged it and demolished it. You understand?
Yes.
The other part that's important is that Islamic parents, like I said before, Jamia Millia Islamia is funded by the King of Saudi Arabia, and he's in a very heavily Islamic part of India. And in Islam, the most venerated character or most revered character in Islam isn't even Allah as one would expect. It's Muhammad. Muhammad is so revered in Islam that you can't even write a fictional work on Muhammad without dire consequences. For example, in 1988, an Indian author by the name of Salman Rushdie wrote a fictional account about Muhammad called The Satanic Verses in 1988. The work was considered to be so abject and so insulting to the followers of Islam. The following year, in 1989, the Ayatollah of Iran, he actually called upon the followers of Islam around the world to go and assassinate Rushdie for that work. You understand?
Yeah.
That's how much the Muslims or Islamic followers don't play around with Muhammad. So now you have that, and that was back in 1988, 1989. In 2007, we have an Indian mathematical physicist, Professor Krishnendra Dasgupta, declaring a black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, as being more close to God than any of us. you have to keep in mind where that is in the position of things. Like I said, Muhammad is the most revered character in Islam. When he declared Professor that's what I'm talking about. When he declared Professor Oyibo as being more close to God than any of us, he didn't say Professor Oyibo is approaching Muhammad or close to Muhammad. He said Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. That means Professor Oyibo supersedes Muhammad. You understand?
Yes.
The situation is analogous also to Christianity as well, because in Christianity, the most venerated character in Christianity isn't even Almighty God as one would expect. It's Jesus Christ. If Krishnendra was a Christian instead of an Islamic follower, he would, when he said that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us, he didn't say Professor Oyibo is like Jesus Christ or a Messiah like Jesus Christ. He said Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. That means Professor Oyibo supersedes Jesus Christ. And again, we must verge on the proof here, because now I've made a statement that if I don't prove, you'll consider it blasphemous. So the point is, how come, or why is Professor Dasgupta saying that Professor Oyibo supersedes both Jesus Christ and Muhammad? Why is that so important? Why is that true? The truth is, and it's very easy to prove, is that the language of infallible truth is the language of God. God only speaks in infallible truths. Do you understand?
Yes.
Infallible truth is a synonym for mathematics, because mathematics is a study of infallible truth. So if the language of infallible truth is the language of God, the subject that actually studies infallible truth, which is mathematics, is God's language. Mathematics is God's language. You understand that?
Yes.
Gagut, G-I-J, comma J equals 0, and its rigorous infallible solution of A to sub n, where A to sub n equals G sub nj times x sub j to the n plus 1 power. That is the ultimate of ultimate mathematics in terms of Gij, comma J equals 0, and its rigorous infallible solution. All mathematics is contained within that, of those formulas. You understand?
Yes.
Since language is the mathematics is the language of God, and God has blessed all mathematics in Professor Oyibo, that is why Professor Oyibo has superseded both Jesus and Muhammad. Now, and I bring this up as a challenge for any one of the people in the audience. Where in the Bible, or the New Testament for Jesus, and the Quran for Muhammad, does this ever specify any mathematics attributed to Jesus or Muhammad, respectively? In other words, what mathematics did he have? Did he have any mathematical formulas or theorems? Did he postulate or present any mathematical theorems and proofs?
No.
So how could they be language? How could they be God's messengers if they don't have the language of God within them?
They can't be.
Exactly. That is why Professor Oyibo supersedes both Jesus Christ and Muhammad. And that's what we call proof, which is, in Latin, they say the term quod erat demonstrandum. This is QED. We have already proven it. You understand that?
Oh,
Yeah.
So the Indians, with over 1 billion population, have surrendered to the black people by declaring Professor Oyibo as being the most, or the group more close to God than any of us. That's a complete revision from black people being at the bottom to now a black man, a Gagutian, as being more close to God than any of us. And since we, as black people, share the same genes as Professor Gilbert Oyibo, God has ordained the black race as the most intelligent race, the richest race, the most undefeatable race, and we are more close to God than any other race. You understand?
Yes.
That is what's important to understand. The other thing that's important, and I brought to bring this to your attention, is the following. And it's very important that you understand this point. Their neighbors to the northeast also have recognized Gagut as the greatest mathematics discovery. For example, if you go to the actual country to the northeast, that's China. China, with 1.3 billion people, have said this about Gagut. Just hold on. You all see the People's Daily article, the People's Daily being the 5th largest newspaper in the world.
Yes.
Yes.
Nigerian scientist wins African International Prize for Science Technology. This was written in October 2nd, 2006. And if you go to the 5th line, it says, "This is the highest prize for academic achievement in history of science and technology because Gagut is the greatest human discovery." The Chinese have surrendered to the black people as well, like the Indians have. Can you understand this? Do you understand what I've just said?
Oh, yes.
Does everyone understand? It's important I get everyone's understanding.
Praise God.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what this has brought about. It is forced the surrender of India. It is forced the surrender of China. And even the country to the northwest of China and north of India, which is Russia. Russia, in his Gagut Russian Daily news item in October 30th, 2018. Let me pull that up for a second. All right, do you all see the Gagut Russian Daily News?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
The news
Yeah,
on
waiting.
October 30th, 2018. Now, this is the paper, which is the paper of the Kremlin and President Vladimir Putin. They actually state, and I'm going to go to page 75, which is a well, it may take some time to load something. What's important thing to understand about the Russian Daily News is that it's delivered, the 3 points that are important. One, Gagut, G-I-J, comma, J equals 0 contains all of mathematics. Two, Gagut contains all solutions to all mathematical and all other problems. And three, as a consequence of the first 2 points mentioned previously, Gagut has earned all academic prizes, past, present, and future infallibly. Do you understand?
Yes.
Russia surrendered as well. So Asia, in all practical purposes, has surrendered to Gagut, like Germany and Europe has surrendered to Gagut. So that's what's important to understand here. Gagut forces the world to recognize black people as they truly are, not the fiction that they forced us to accept before 1990 and indoctrinated us on. You understand?
Yes.
Yes.
And now bring your attention to America, which is, we've had Germany representing Europe, we have India, China, and Russia representing Asia. Now let's take a look at what our own country has done with Gagut. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Just loading. Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Page is a little difficulty warming up or loading, but we can get there. Just a second. Do you all see the Gagut Yale study?
Yeah.
This is titled Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations. At the beginning of this, I said that this has been verified and accepted by Yale University. Well, this is the actual proof of that. It must be realized that Gagut came out in 1990, and it forced the revision of the IQs of the black people, first by ultimately revealing Professor Gilbert Oyibo, a black man, having the eta sub infinity intelligence, or the totality of all intelligence. When that was revealed, that forced Jim Crow to reveal or to force them to actually discard the fraudulent, very fraudulent 3/5 labeling of black people. The three-fifths labeling of black people put black people at the very bottom artificially and by design. We labeled the least intelligent race by design. When Gagut was revealed by the Professor Gilbert and Oyibo, this forced the acts to abandon that tactic of the three-fifths. And later on, 7 years later, after 1990, in 1997, President Bill Clinton ordered Yale University and other major universities in the European system to revise the IQ scores of the black people. And that's where this study comes from. Nuclear DNA diversity in worldwide distributed human populations. Now, if you look at the names of the authors, you will see, if it's not clear to you already, none of the names are black people. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The best example of that is the name here I'm being highlighting, which is Kenneth K. Kidd. You all see that to the left?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Professor
Yes.
Kenneth K. Kidd, if you look at the legend, first of all, KKK, the initials tell you everything you need to know about who's doing this experiment. These are not black people. These are not brothers and sisters doing some feel-good research. This is Jim Crow doing this research. And they've determined, first of all, that's also important to bring out to what schools he's associated with. You look at the superscript B. The superscript B corresponds to, in this legend, Yale University School of Medicine, Department of Genetics, 333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 06510, USA. So that's the Yale University connection. And the other professors are from, or other people doing the research, are from University of Montreal in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, two Rome, Italy universities, and Pennsylvania State and Louisiana State universities in America. None of them are HBCUs. You understand?
Yes.
So that is what's important to understand about this. And if we go to the abstract, if we go and start with the fourth line, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. I'm not going to unpack there, but let's unpack the first thing, which is European bias. What does European bias mean? European bias is a synonym for Jim Crow. What they've said here is they had to remove Jim Crow, or the European bias, the factor of 3/5, the European factor, the Jim Crow factor of European, Jim Crow factor of 3/5, or the European bias of 3/5, from the experiment in order to obtain any correct results. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
In the process, then, once that's removed, the correct results will appear or will be unfurled. Now, the next thing to understand is nuclear polymorphism ascertainment. What is nuclear polymorphism ascertainment? Well, polymorphism is a mapping of intelligence. It's a mapping from one space onto another space. A polymorphism allows you to map several points in space onto one point in another space. It's like your eyes, for example. When your eyes, they map several points in space. They see several points, and it maps within one point in your brain. That's a polymorphism. It's a measure of intelligence. There's a direct correlation between the number of polymorphisms and how intelligent a creature is. You understand?
Yep.
Yes.
Now we go to line 6. 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites are found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. Well, what does that mean? It turns out that human beings have a base number of 15 polymorphisms. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Doesn't matter if you're Gagutian or non-Gagutian or black or non-black. You have base number 15 polymorphisms. Black people have an additional 13 to the 15. So when you add those polymorphisms up together, 15 plus 13 is 28. Do you see that?
Yeah.
That's the number of polymorphisms that black people have. For non-black people, which are whites, your Asians, your Jewish, and Arab peoples, they have an additional 4. So 15 plus 4 is 19. You understand?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So the ratio of intelligence for black people to non-black people is a ratio of 28 to 19. You see that?
Yes.
Yes.
And 28 to 19 can be written as a fraction, which is 28 over 19. 28 over 19, if you round up 28, which is we call 28 plus, because we are, whenever Jim Crow does something or experiment or does an experiment involving us, they always underestimate the results. So it's more likely to be 28 plus. And they do the opposite for themselves, where they overestimate themselves. So it's going to be 19 minus. So 28 over 19 becomes 28 plus over 19 minus. If you approximate to the highest integer for 28 and the lowest integer below 19, you can approximate 28 plus over 19 minus to become 30 over 18. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
30 over 18 share common factors. The greatest common factor that is shared between the two of them is number 6. So we're going to divide 30 by 6. That's our new numerator, upper number fraction. We divide 18 divided by 6. That's our new denominator, lower number fraction. 30 divided by 6 is 5. You all see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's our new numerator, 5. 18 divided by 6 is 3. That's a new denominator. Do you see that?
Yes.
30 over 18 now becomes 5 over 3. 5 over 3 is an inversion or reciprocal of Jim Crow's fraudulent label of 3/5. They tried to force a 3/5 label on us. We have now been revealed to be 5/3 plus intelligent. You understand?
Yes.
We must say to this now that God has revealed us officially by the United States government and Yale University study that black people are the most intelligent race. We must say to this, praise God!
Praise God.
Praise God.
It's mathematical, it's scientific, and it's official. After 2,500 years of fraud regarding the black people's intelligence, now we've been returned back to our position as being the most intelligent creatures ever created. We must now live our life. And by life, I mean life being a piece of God that's within us. It must be preserved and protected. The only way you can preserve and protect life is through infallible truths. Gagut contains all infallible truths. So Gagut, hence, is the ultimate life preserver. And we've come into this briefing to save lives. We must now be employed, we must be paid, and recognized as the most intelligent members of society. You understand me?
Yes.
What you're getting here tonight, or this afternoon and evening, is the understanding of how you have been blessed by God to be the most intelligent creatures ever created. And that now requires us to understand what is Gagut. What do we do now with Gagut? We must now generate the funds for the Gagut African International Prize for Science and Technology, which we'll get into later in terms of the petition. We also must raise the funds for the endowment of the Gagut Ofapin Institute of Technology, along with the Gagut Ofapin Institute of Technology's Industrial Park, and for the Gagut African International Prize for Science and Technology, as well as all Gagut projects. The Jewish people raised the money of $6 million for relativity in 1930, and that saved them from being annihilated. If they didn't raise the money for relativity, their race would have been exterminated in the Holocaust and the Nazi-controlled concentration camps and gas chambers. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
We're facing a similar situation in terms of police attacks and all types of things of that nature. The only way that can combat that is by funding all of the Gagut projects that we've just mentioned to you. the Gagut African International Prize for Science and Technology. Because remember, a race without a prize is deemed worthless. You must change that situation by raising the money up for the Gagut African International Prize. Also, the other thing that's important is a formula without a budget is what makes impact. That's what happened with the Jewish people. That's what even happened with the English people. This must now be realized for the Black people right now. You understand?
Yes.
The ball is now in your court. Now we are telling you and getting you to understand that God has blessed us with the ultimate intelligence, through an ultimate formula for intelligence, which is eta sub n and Gij, comma j equals 0. Relativity is but one out of an infinite number of equations embedded inside of Gij, comma j equals 0 and eta sub n. If the Jewish people can make such a noise with such a insignificant infinitesimal formula, Black people have the totality of all knowledge. There's no reason for us to suffer anymore. There's no reason for us to be so-called considered or being fraudulently labeled as 3/5. There's no reason for us to die. That's what, because chosen race people like the Black people, they should not be dying. That is what the blessing of Gagut has given us, a blessing of immortality. And we're praying that you take the understanding that Gagut has brought about immortality as opposed to Armageddon. You understand?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to play for you a piece by the mayor, in which the mayor of Huntington, Indiana, spoke to me, and I spoke to him in terms of going over the God order, because this is what everyone must understand, is that it's a new day. We must contact our mayors, politicians, and all them, and tell them about Gagut. Tell them about the victory God has blessed us with through Gagut, through blessing America to be number one. And that as a consequence, Black people cannot be terrorized and attacked and murdered for making America number one. Do you understand?
Yes.
I'm going to play the piece just a second.
Have proven that lack of facts regarding individual races is the primary cause of race relations problems globally. Mathematicians globally, including Russia, China, Germany, India, and U.S. TV show Law and Order, and no remaining parts of the world agree that one, Gagut contains all mathematics, two, Gagut contains all solutions for mathematics, from Project 3. As a consequence of points 1 and 2 of Richard's point, that Gagut has been certified by God to have earned all academic prizes, past, present, and future forward. You can see the Russian Daily News of the 3 now, 2018. Reverend Professor Robert Ingram, a former mayor, a police chief, a clergyman, and a university professor, he gave the last chief funding package to discuss about Professor Gilbert Oyibo, and he also studied that Gagut finding and successfully used it for some race relations problems in Miami-Dade County, which people believe should be used towards resolving race relations problems in the United States and globally. Furthermore, the City Council of New York City studied Gagut and discovered it and experienced racism in the process. We're able to understand and agree that Gagut is the solution to racial harmony problems. Gagut has been recognized as the greatest mathematics for past, present, and future in the Gaussian 2005 celebration to honor Professor Carl Frederick, the greatest mathematician before Gagut, And in the process, Gagut, which is a dividend of diversity, made American live with forever, therefore proving that diversity is the ultimate blessing, not a curse, that now must be celebrated for eternity, that blesses humanity for the return of racial harmony. Furthermore, all 415 Harvard and MIT professors, students, and staff, including mathematics associate professor Dimitri Pacheco, agreed to celebrating that Gagut is the God Almighty's great unified theme of everything, and experience racial harmony in the process. We, the students and faculty of Harvard/MIT, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture on our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, Gagut, for which he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. We feel that a lecture and the discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial to our school by building our academic and social awareness. People who are not familiar with the G.I.J. equals 0, when hear this presentation, they may think it is a quote sales pitch. However, the British Parliament heard a similar quote sales pitch about G.M.1 M2 minus F squared equals 0 from Sir Professor Isaac Newton, and that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt heard a similar quote sales pitch about E minus MC squared equals 0 from Professor Albert Einstein, with both formulas revolutionizing the world and with those two last formulas of Newton's and Einstein's that have been proven to have coordinates of finite subsets within the Gagut G.I.J. equals 0, which is the infallibly theorem and formula to the superset of everything. Therefore, it is not a quote sales pitch, but clearly the ultimate blessing from God to humanity, which the humanity now needs for solving the race relations problem. Military's power comes from formulas. Gagut, which is the ultimate formula, makes America number one and ended all wars forever, as recognized by the United States Pentagon, by selecting a Gagut solution to superhuman warcraft design challenges and showcasing it as the Defense Technical Information Center, DTIC selected, which is one of the highest scientific research on its own Pentagon in 1992 to the DTIC selected stamp of the Gagut Pentagon Report, which is entitled, quote, Final Technical Report, Optimal Analytic Characteristics for Composite Supermaneuver Aircraft, with Professor G. Oyibo as the principal investigator, which only contributed to ending the Cold War and also recognized by Russia, which is celebrated the Gagut through the Russian Daily News Report number 1339 on October 30, 2018, where Gagut was presented as having ended all wars by containing all of mathematics and all other knowledge of infallible truths. That includes all infallible solutions for all mathematics and all other problems. Therefore, Black people who are used to make that happen, they must be treated properly. Black people can't be rewarded with imprisonment or death in response to making America number one. Therefore, the following critical action items are urgently warranted as a result of Gagut making America number one and confirming diversity as a very great blessing from God and authority. The first critical action item is Gagut's ultimate victory for America, together with the individual blessed by God with the discovery of Gagut. They must be celebrated by all Americans, cities, and propagated globally, like was done after the Second World War for the formula E minus MC squared equals 0. Since Gagut made America number one, with Russia number 2 and Germany number 3. See the Gaussian ranking for that. And to further that understanding, without Gagut, Russia would have been number 1, Germany would have been number 2, America would be number 7. The second critical action item is the public, including the mayors, the police, the judges, and the juries, and all others must learn that Gagut, together with its affirmation by the U.S. federal government-sponsored Gagut Yale University study, entitled, quote, Nuclear Gene Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations, and quote, co-authored by a Yale University professor of genetics, Dr. Kenneth K. King, whose research KKK can spiritually contribute positively to racial harmony for humanity. They have recognized the Black race as the most intelligent race, with a raw intelligence quotient data score of 28 for Blacks, compared to raw intelligence quotient data score of 19 for non-Blacks. Therefore, Black people must be recognized, employed, and paid as the most intelligent members of society. It now verifies that not only must Black people receive justice, They must also deliver justice, just like Sir Professor Isaac Newton's formula of G M1 M2 minus FR squared equals 0 gave the British and other Europeans the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And just like Professor Albert Einstein's formula of E minus MC squared equals 0 gave the Jewish people the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And the third critical action item is Indiana cities collectively have a black population of 10% of the population. There are 34% of the judge decisions and prison population, which means the police arrest record must be equal or higher than 34%. Since the judge's decisions / prison population are a subset of the police arrest record superset, a person has to be arrested by the police before they go to judge's decisions and prison. And it shows that black people are over 3 times overpopulated in the police arrest and in the judge's decisions and prison population. Therefore, the police arrest and judge's decisions / prison population are grossly incorrect. This must be corrected immediately by making sure the police arrest and the judge's decisions / prison population are no more than 10% of the total arrest and the total prison population respectively in any given day and period. And also by releasing a minimum of 67% of black prisoners from prison urgently. This can be easily accomplished by following the footsteps of the state of New Jersey, which has begun responding to the bad order. By releasing a number of black prisoners, as reported in a New York Times article, which is dated November 5th, 2020, entitled, quote, "Tears, Hugs, and Fresh Clothes, New Jersey's prisoners rejoice at release." And it's signed last month, with which New Jersey is trying to deal with the the United States criminal justice system, which, quotes, imprisons people of color in disproportionate numbers. Furthermore, the police need to attend other classes to learn the safest way to arrest lawbreakers, particularly to minimize their deaths and injuries. The choice is clear. Pursuing the critical action items will put humanity on a path to immortality. Ignoring the same critical action items will put us on the path to Armageddon. We're choosing, and help people, in fact, choose immortality over Armageddon, life or death, regardless and in respect of the target. Really click on YouTube then so you can see the piece of Professor England, Reverend Professor England, talks of the modern-day Catholic school presentation in which Chicago was presented as a unifying for unity and force to bring all people together. And then,
you want to click on the link to a YouTube video?
yes,
In the email?
that's right.
So I'm willing to do that on my own time, but I know our time is short on the phone call, and so I was just going to have a conversation with it when you requested. I got your email, and I have the link. What is it exactly that you're hoping that we would do with this information?
Like I just said, critical 3 action items that have to be established. Gagut has made America #1, worldly and forever. You must be celebrated, and black people have to be celebrated. You can't be rewarding black people with prisoners on the chest when we made America #1. Yes, sir. The Second World War celebrated E minus MC squared equals 0. If you see the first critical action item, it has a link that shows a picture of the celebration of the Second World War in terms of relativity leading to the victory of the Second World War. Gagut is ending all wars, and you must celebrate Gagut like you celebrated the fulfillment of relativity. Understand that?
I think I understand what you're
America's been made #1 for Gagut.
wars are ended,
Well, that's what you have to understand. The whole purpose of war is to prove who's the most intelligent. And God has defined Professor Oyibo as being best with the arts of intelligence. He's American, so that's basically what you must understand, that we have been made #1 because of that. We've also ended our wars because there's no purpose to fighting war after this war bothered. The second critical action item also states that black people have to be paid, employed, and respected as the most intelligent members of society. That's something that moves out elsewhere together. And the third one is Indiana has to realize that for 10% of the population of the black people, yet 44% of the prisoners' population, there's something wrong there. Black people can no longer be anything more than 10% of the prison population. And if if the percentage was higher than 10%, the black people must be released. These are the three critical action items which will bring about immortality for the people. And if you choose to ignore them, you will bring Armageddon. That's basically what I'm saying. We're hoping you choose immortality over Armageddon.
Okay, well, thank you for the information. Is there anything else that you do for today?
Well, I was hoping that you would look at the video because you would see that in a 90-day presentation, Reverend Professor Ingrid brought everyone together, black, white, and all of them came together, and he issued a proclamation for Professor Oyibo on the discovery of Gagut because they understood that Gagut unifies all people, brings and celebrated it in fact. We'd like you to repeat the celebration in New York like it was done in Miami-Dade. And also in New York City, they also had a proclamation which was very important as well. They also saw that unity Gagut. We're hoping that your city in Indiana will take that as well. At Purdue University, they celebrated the Gagut earlier.
All right, I must announce something. We're going to celebrate that.
It was done in the early 90s. 92, I have to be fact.
Okay. Well, thanks for the information, Gina. As I said, I can take some time on my own to review that. Is there anything else I need to know before we wrap up our class?
We just want America to celebrate victory in terms of Gagut victory over making America #1 in Canadian wars. Very much. And we also have to congratulate America, so that's basically if one of the opponent can congratulate America for victory, America should celebrate that victory as well.
Yeah. So, Mr. Hilber, I wish you well in those endeavors that I heard. You seek proper recognition you think this warrants. And thank you again for the information and your time today. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Did you all hear that? Did you all hear that?
Yes.
That's the way black people should be conducting themselves from now on with all leaders and politicians. I'm also going to play another piece. Meeting with Athens, Tennessee mayor.
Yeah. Not feeling very either, unfortunately. But you know what? Let me say that.
God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, named Gagut, Gij, has proven that lack of understanding of the facts regarding individual races is the primary cause of race relations problems globally. Mathematicians globally, including Russia, China, Germany, India, and the U.S., say more on the TV program, along with most of the main parts of the world, agree that 1. Gagut contains all mathematics. 2. Gagut contains all solutions to all mathematics and all human problems. And 3. As a consequence of points 1 and 2, agreements above, that Gagut has been certified by God to have earned all academic prizes, past, present, future, and forward. You can see the Gagut Russian Daily News number 1339, October 30, 2018 at 10. Reverend Professor Robert Ingram, a former mayor, a former police chief, a clergyman, and a university professor, he gave the large key from the county to the discoverer of Gagut, Professor Gilbert Oyibo, and he studied that Gagut finding and successfully used it for solving race relations problems in Miami-Dade County, which people believe should be used towards resolving race relations problems in the United States and globally. Furthermore, the City Council of New York City celebrated Gagut and discovered and experienced racial harmony in the process. And we're able to understand and agree that Gagut is the solution to the racial harmony problem. Gagut has been recognized as the greatest mathematics work, past, present, and future in the Gaussian 2005, celebrating the celebration to honor Professor Carl Frederick Gauss, the greatest mathematician before Gagut, and in the process, Gagut, which is a dividend of diversity, made America #1 globally forever, therefore proving that diversity is the ultimate blessing, not a curse, that now must be celebrated for eternity and blesses humanity with eternal racial harmony. Furthermore, over 415 Harvard and MIT professors, staff, including Associate Professor Dmitry Panchenko, agreed to celebrating that Gagut is the God Almighty's grand unified theorem of everything, and experience racial harmony in the process. Quote, we, the students and faculty of Harvard/MIT, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the field of everything, Gagut, for which he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. We believe that a lecture and discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial for our school by broadening our academic and social awareness. People are familiar with, or not familiar with Gagut, and hear this presentation, they may think it's a quote sales pitch. However, the British Parliament heard a single quote sales pitch about Gn1 n2 minus fr squared equals 0 from Sir Professor Isaac Newton. And President Franklin D. Roosevelt heard a similar quote sales pitch about E minus mc squared equals 0 from Professor Albert Einstein. With both formulas revolutionizing the world, and with those two last formulas of Newton's and Einstein's that have been proven to have origins or finite subsets in the Gagut Gij, which is the infallible total theorem / formula, which is the ultimate superset of everything. Therefore, it is not a quote sales pitch, but clearly the ultimate blessing from God to humanity, which the humanity now needs for solving the race relations problems. We don't take power custom comes from formulas. And Gagut, which is the ultimate formula, makes America #1 and ended all wars forever, as recognized by the United States Pentagon by selecting a Gagut solution to supermaneuverable warplane design challenges and showcasing it as the Defense Technical Information Center, or DTIC, selected. The highest scientific research honors from the Pentagon during 1992, which you can see the DTIC selected stamp on the Gagut Pentagon report, entitled, quote, Final Technical Report, Optimum Aerodynamic Characteristics for Composite Supermaneuverable Aircraft, with Professor Gilbert as the principal investigator, which highly contributed to ending the Cold War, and also recognized by Russia, which celebrated Gagut through their Russian Daily News Report 1339, October 30, 2020, where Gagut was presented as having ended all wars by containing all mathematics and all other knowledge of infallible truth. That includes all infallible solutions to all mathematics and all other problems. Therefore, Black people who used to make that happen, they must be treated properly. Black people can't be rewarded with imprisonment or death in response to making America #1. Therefore, the following critical action items are urgently warranted as a result of Gagut making America #1 and containing and confirming diversity as a very great blessing from God of hope. The first critical action item is that the Gagut ultimate victory for America, together with the individual blessed by God with the discovery of Gagut, must be celebrated by all American cities and propagated globally, like was done after the Second World War for the formula E minus mc squared equals 0. Since Gagut made America #1, with Russia #2, and Germany #3, which you can see in the Gaussian University ranking. And to further that understanding, without Gagut, Russia would have been #1, Germany would have been #2, America would have been #7. The second critical action item is the public, including the mayors, the police, judges, and the juries, and all others must learn that Gagut, together with its confirmation by the U.S. federal government-sponsored Gagut Yale University study, which is entitled, quote, Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distant Human Populations, end quote, authored by a Yale University professor of genetics, Dr. Kenneth K. Kidd, whose initials KKK can spiritually contribute positively to total racial harmony for humanity. They must recognize the Black race as the most intelligent race. And this has been recognized by the Yale study with raw intelligence quotient data score of 28 for Blacks compared to raw intelligence quotient data score of 19 for the non-blacks. And therefore, black people must be recognized, employed, and paid as the most intelligent members of society, which now verifies that not only black people must receive justice, they must also deliver justice. Just like Sir Professor Isaac Newton's formula G(m1)(m)2 minus FR squared equals 0 gave the British and other Europeans the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And just like Professor Albert Einstein's formula E minus mc squared equals 0 gave the Jewish people the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And the third critical action applied to me is Tennessee cities collectively have a black population of 18% of the total population. There are 42% of the judge's decisions / prison population, which means the police arrest record must be equal or higher than 42%, since the judge's decisions / prison population are subject of a police arrest record 2%. A person has to be arrested by the police before they go to the judge's decisions and prison, showing that black people are almost 2.5 times overpopulated in the police arrest and in the judge's decisions and prison population. Therefore, the police arrest and judge's decisions / prison population are grossly in error, which must be corrected immediately. By making sure the police arrest and the judge's decisions are no more than 18% of the total arrest and the total prison population respectively in any given day period, and by releasing a minimum of 60% of the black prisoners from prison urgently, which can be easily accomplished by following the footsteps of the state of New Jersey, which has begun responding to the God order called Gagut by releasing a number of black prisoners, as reported in the New York Times article dated November 5th, 2020, entitled, quote, "Tears, Hugs, and Fresh Clothes, New Jersey's Prisoners Rejoice at Release," which was signed last month, with which New Jersey is trying to deal with the United States criminal justice system that, quote, imprisons people of color in disproportionate numbers. Furthermore, the police in the area need to attend private classes to learn the safest way to arrest lawbreakers, particularly to minimize their deaths and injuries. So the choice is clear. Pursuing the critical action items to put humanity on the path to immortality, while ignoring the critical action items that will put humanity on the path to Armageddon. We're hoping that people will choose immortality over Armageddon and life over death, irrespective of who loses on that. Would you like to click on the YouTube link? This is what really allows you to see what Reverend Professor Ingram did in terms of bringing racial harmony in modern-day county. Celebrate and tap on the ground in Tennessee, where you are, in Athens, Tennessee.
All right. And so what's the connection, the friends you have here in Athens?
Well, the friends in Athens, they contacted me to let you know about this point, about the Gagut meeting number 1, and also the victory that Gagut has brought about.
Excellent. Well, we're happy to have you share that with us today.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like you can do anything else for you.
Yes. We also try to work with Oak Ridge Labs. I don't know if Oak Ridge Labs is close to you, but we're not sure. But the whole point is we have a connection with Tennessee.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Take care, John.
Thank you very much, and God bless you.
All right, we're ready to bring Professor Gabriel Oyibo on. Are we all ready?
Yeah.
We're all ready.
Yes.
What about, well, we're ready to get on, all right?
Okay, good evening, Gagotians and non-Gagotians. How are we all doing today?
Good. Praise God, great. Good greetings, Professor.
Praise God.
not
Is he running?
he's in the chat. It's not in the briefing, it's in the chat.
Okay. All right. Yes, we are here today after a long break there, almost 7 weeks. But we're going to learn more and understand that there's only one reason we're created, which is to glorify the Almighty God. And once we get the hang of it, it's the best existence you can ever think of. Because in glorifying the Almighty God, you have no guilt feelings, you have no worries whatsoever, because it is what God wants you to do. So you have no anxiety. It's not like you're doing something that is forbidden or something that is not allowed by God and any other dynamics. So it is with good feelings. But we also need to understand that the speed and the heights in terms of that process are unlimited. The speed by which we're supposed to conduct that project is unlimited. And the heights are also unlimited, which is why time is almost collapsed. Time is always collapsed because it goes so fast. It goes so fast that, and that's really a taste of Gagut heaven's state of existence. And it's important we understand that we cannot stay away for a second in terms of away from Gagut. Because Gagut is the real deal, is the only thing that is true form of existence. When you're off the tune of Gagut, it means you are in an unreal world. You know, something that's really not real. And so, you know, but when you're in the Gagut mode, it's a lot of happiness. It's a lot of happiness. It's ideal. Everything's light for you. Everything's light. In terms of difficulties become kind of easy to overcome. So, but on the other hand, getting into it has some challenges, especially in our case, in our story, in terms of the last 2,500 years. We can always interpret that period as a blues, the blue period of our existence, a blues period. That's why people sang a lot of blues. You know, from Congo to any parts of the Black world, it was about blues. You know, and some of the key places where the pressures, you know, even though they were terrific, you know, horrible everywhere in the Black world, there are some high points. Like, for example, yes, in the United States, it's a lot of blues because there was a lot of blue activities, you know, and people reach into their souls like Mahalia Jackson and all the other legends. What would we have done without those people? And so some people, you know, when they hear about some of the legends in those areas who were not just blues musicians, but were conveying our realities of being the chosen race. But all through these lyrics that look simple but are so deep in our system. And sometimes it ends with, you know, those were some of the expressions of the blues that was not expressed in words. It was hummed. Part of it to not be too explicit with Jim Crow. And yet Jim Crow gets a sense of it because Jim Crow does not know what is being said or indicated. So there was a lot here, South America, and certainly in Gagotia itself. And within Gagotia in itself, it has various dimensions in terms of our persecutions. That's what I mean, our blues. And, you know, you take the North Africa, you know, there were a lot of blues activities there. Ethiopia, the Galaland, you know, Kemet, down to Kenya, into Central Africa, Uganda, you know, Sudan, and of course, Morocco and Mauritania, Libya, Algeria, and all of those that today look like a foreign land, and they supposedly call North Africa, which has, according to Potard General John Henry Clark, said Africa is Africa, and there's only one people that you know, live in Africa or own Africa, and that's the Black people. So he told us to really ignore the term Black Africa, because it says Black Africa. What else can Africa be other than black? Especially if it's understood that even Jim Crow himself was created a black man. That's a part that folks don't even bother to think about. So everybody's black. You go into some cave and that might, you know, change your personality a little bit. You might lose some 9 strands of intelligence in terms of 9 polymorphisms, while in the caves in the ice, but you were created black. So therefore, the world is black. That's the bottom line. Humanity is black. As a matter of fact, the universe is black. So that says you can't, no creature can disrespect blackness. So, this formula is hardly any of you have really felt it yet. You know, none of you say it, which is why you must say it every day. And this is extremely important. It's important in the sense that the reason Jim Crow tries to dissuade you from it, one of the reasons is, if you dissuade it from it, after a little while, for example, you stop engaging Gagut for a day. Now, what you're really doing is you're not disengaging from Gagut. You're just not conscious of it, because Gagut is all realities. So nobody can get disengaged from Gagut. So what happens is, in your case, because you are more intimate with Gagut, when you disengage from it for a day, your memory of it, your consciousness of it, your feeling of it begin to get diluted, begin to fade. Because like I said, you are more intimate with God in terms of God ordaining a black man with the ultimate intelligence of etas of infinity. A black man, that's what makes you. And that etas of infinity comes through Gij, equal to 0. So therefore, that's what makes you intimate. That's the gateway to God. Therefore, you are supposed to be most intimate with. Of course, the black man himself cannot disengage from God. It's 24/7. So when that is expressed from that same black man, what you see is it comes from the soul. And the soul of a black man and black woman, of course, a black person, is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. And the power is, I can give you, maybe I can just give you 2 stories today in terms of the power of the black soul. I'll give you 2 pieces. That is particularly important, particularly in light of what I'm trying to get across, which is you cannot disengage from God. I'm talking about consciously, because you are the most intimate set of creatures with God. As a result, God ordaining a black man with ultimate intelligence of etas of infinity infallibly. And that etas of infinity comes from etas of Ben, first revealed to that black man with, which is etas of Ben equal, of course, by God, revealed to that black man by God only, which is etas of Ben is equal to G sub n j x j to n plus 1 power. That is the formula, the fundamental solutions to Gij, equal to 0 that we're going to go over in terms of its definition. But this also, so therefore, because it's the solution to Gij, equal to 0, and since Gij, equal to 0 contains all infallible truths, but infallible truths is the constitution of knowledge. Knowledge of infallible truth. When you say knowledge, you mean knowledge of infallible truths. So therefore, when you have knowledge of infallible truths, which is etas or Ben, is the knowledge of the infallible truth, the fundamental knowledge of all infallible truths. When that comes through a creature's brains that can only be ordered by God, then that is the totality of understanding of infallible truths. That's the totality of the knowledge of infallible truths. So when you have the totality of the knowledge of the infallible truths, all of them, expressed by eta sub n equal to g sub n j x j to the power n plus 1, when n is equal to infinity, you now have fundamental knowledge, perfect knowledge of all infallible truths, which is the totality of all knowledge or totality of all understanding. So, but the totality of all understanding is where understanding, meaning knowledge, understanding is knowledge of infallible truth. So you have the totality of all of understanding or totality of all knowledge of infallible truth. But intelligence is defined as the act of understanding. So if you have the totality of understanding of infallible truths or totality of knowledge of infallible truth, then you have the totality of intelligence infallibly. Because this point is so hard for any black person to believe. That's why I'm going over it again, with the goal of trying to tune your soul into this, into J command equal to, because you're not feeling it yet. You're not feeling, very few of you are beginning to feel it partially. By the time you get 1% of 1 billionth or 1 trillionth of it, then your life is going to be different. Your life is going to change. You will have a mode of existence, a mode of conducting yourself that is totally different. You will not only be feeling, but you will be amazed at yourself. But so therefore, it's important for you to understand what eta sub n means and what Gij, j equal to 0 means. It's a soul dynamics. You have to allow it into your soul, like Otis Redding and the soul, the king of soul, Aretha Franklin, and Mahalia, as I indicated before, Muriel Makeba. And those days when I was young, there were a very, very powerful group. Some of you younger ones probably, back in the continent. And they were competing with the Congo. Congo, of course, appears to be one of our spiritual centers in terms of music, and again, very much like, it's soaked with a lot of blues as well. And in East Africa, there was a group called the Equator Boys, and they blew my mind with it. And it was a modern music, but it was also very conscious, and they would sing about Africa and how Africa is ahead of everybody. And it was very soulful. So economically, financially, everything, and the term they use, everything Kali, economically and, educationally, all that. So everything that Africa is second to none. In the middle of colonization and all that, that was a very, very, very powerful piece. And of course, the legend from Democratic Republic of the Congo, the god of guitar, Dr. Nico Kasanda, and all that. So our world was full of that because that was the expression of the moment. Going through this journey of 2,500 years ago, we watch our world transformed and inverted right before our eyes. But this soulfulness kept us going. You know, they kept us going. And we're smiling too. Okay? They will murder people like Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, you know, Reverend King, and of course people like Nat Turner before then, and in all kinds. Oh, and of course Toussaint, you know, Louverture from Haiti, a legend. Many of us are not familiar with that experience. I was a true legend. Took on Napoleon and whipped his behind. And of course, you know, put Tajan on Nelson Mandela, Samora Machel, Walter Rodney, and Maurice Bishop. So these legends' bodies are still in the hands of Jim Crow. So when you of course, Mrs. Amandla herself, Mrs. Mandela, that's the expression of the souls people do in the middle of wars, and their soul was shining. Gagut is the embodiment of all that experiences. So even on that note, it is extremely important. So, but what Jim Crow is desperately trying to do is to kind of give you some challenges that will turn your system off from it, or not even allowed to connect with it. We have to be conscious of that and use that consciousness to demolish those kind of what we call here battle fatigue shackles. And people have suffered a lot. But you know, when I look back, the suffering ironically was exciting. It's hard to explain that for you, but that's my experience. I know when you go to a typical music video on YouTube, you know, Black people's music, you hear people talking about how, you know, their memories of that music. It was helping them through some very tough times. You know, wherever a Black person is, and of course we haven't talked about Bob Marley and Peter Tosh and tons of those legends in the Caribbean, and you know, on to Brazil and all that. One word that characterized and unified those during this last 2,500 years is blues. Blues. Blues, because of our world was going through an inversion. So what God has done here is to make us understand that when you go through a blues period, by and large, there's something exciting coming ahead, you know, after blues. Something exciting, something more than exciting is ahead. That's what Gagut represents. Is that God revealed the God Almighty's grand unified theorem. And all infallible truths. All infallible truths. that includes all creatures and all infallible solutions to all problems, past, present, and future, and all exact equations that represent all those infallible truths originate out of just one invariant. You must be reciting this to yourself every day. That's part of how you are able to remember that you cannot disengage from Gagut for a second. You must recite it every day. That's why I recite it every session. So all infallible truths and all exact equations originate out of just one invariant G sub ij. I is the material and J is the space-time. And eventually you're going to learn that the space-time is where the material comes from. So, because Gij is the invariant, that's where everything came from, including all creatures and all infallible solutions to all problems. If you fix the material and you're looking at a space-time dynamics of it, you go from an initial point to some temporary final point. The change there, because it's invariant, is exactly zero. That's what got revealed. It's exactly zero. It's exactly zero because it is invariant. It is the invariant out of which everything came from. That's what got revealed to me. And the proof comes out in terms of eta sub n. So with that, you got your key, you got the key to heaven. That's what you need to feel. I'm hoping that we're going to get into some point of making a commitment without failing tonight. This session is going to go very soon because we're going to break for dinner. And that dinner here in America, of course, those who are far away, they may be having some snack or whatever at this point, but their dinner time is past, you know. But in any case, we have a goal today. But I wanted you to remember that Jim Crow is so overwhelmed with the power of this that yes, and so it is important that we cannot disengage from this. But there are a lot of distractions coming from Jim Crow and others to get you for a second. Yes, to get you for a second to disengage. And when you do that, then you are in a wrong mode. Because then all kinds of other things can begin to penetrate into your system. But as long as you're gagotical, you are protected. You're totally protected. So that's what we need to remember. Okay, so the totality of... So the infallible proof of it is eta sub n, which is g sub n j xj to power n plus 1. That's what God revealed to me in my brain. Of course, this was revealed to me in my brains as well. But it's not only on behalf of the black race, but of all humanity and the rest of all creatures. So before you really get a sense of why you must be totally committed with it, you are being distracted by negative forces or evil forces. That's when you remind yourself, no, I can't disengage. So therefore, that's what we want. And then you're going to use experience of the past with other people. For example, Jim Crow, through Isaac Newton and the British folks, they got a little tiny bit of eta sub n. Okay, Newton got universal gravitational law. And that comes out when n in the eta sub n is 1. When we say when eta is equal to 1, we're talking about, a tiny bit of it. A tiny bit of it. And when you all understand what was happening 1600s with Isaac Newton in light of Gagut, you will have a lot of respect for Gagut. Although it's 400. So you will appreciate Gagut a lot more. This is not some abstract thing at all. This is your life and life of our creatures. One thing that it has done, not only are the black people the chosen race as a result of a black man being ordained with ultimate intelligence infallibly, but it's also that humanity as a consequence is now considered the chosen set of creatures, which also means that they're chosen because one of their members, member of their group is blessed with ultimate intelligence. And can come to the planet, our planet, one of our members already has a totality of knowledge. This point is important. Is there anybody that get a sense of what I just said? Is there anybody that
say it again,
what I said?
Can you? I didn't say it again, Prof.
Okay. A black man being, yes. Black man being ordained with ultimate intelligence as a result of just then from J come to 0. And where because eta sub n being the solution to J equal to 0, which infallible proof said, because they're all infallible truths. A geometric interpretation, in fact, the totality of geometry. Then what it says is the totality of knowledge is in the brains of this black man. And because the totality of intelligence is in the brains of this black man, the black race are the chosen people means they produce the most intelligent human being. And by extension, because all humans, black people are part of human race, therefore creatures. Because within a group is the totality of knowledge, the totality of understanding, totality of intelligence is embedded in a human race. So therefore, no aliens can come anywhere and say they know more than the human race. Can you see that or not?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Go ahead and express yourself. It's important.
Yes. It means that
That's
the
Yes, I
what
see
we
it.
understood before we go for dinner.
it's the black intelligence that is
Yes. This is very critical for us.
that is no other being can challenge the black intelligence because of Gagut.
That's right. Absolutely.
Yes, it's total
And also claim
understanding.
But and infallibly, and it's perfectly correct.
No other
There's no
being from
exaggeration
another
whatsoever.
planet.
And that comes from planet Earth. Absolutely. No other being from other planet can come to planet Earth and say, well, you know, I'm better than you. I'm superior to you. They can't say that. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Because of it has been infinity. That if you can imagine that, your life will change, and that's what is needed at this point. Your life will change. That's what God wants you to understand. It's extremely critical. We are the ultimate set of creatures as human beings. Because one of us has been verified because he understands the whole universe well enough to be able to run n is actually equal to G sub n J n. That's the universe, fundamentally. So when you see Professor Yahweh, so you need to Hello? Hello?
Hello, John.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you clearly now, but before
It's
we couldn't hear
bad.
us clear.
Yeah,
Okay,
it couldn't
how is
hear
it now?
what Professor was saying.
Is it getting better?
It's more clearer now.
Now we can hear you. Yeah, now, but before what you were saying, we couldn't.
Oh boy, that's okay. So we're going to go over some of that when we get back from dinner. But no, what I was saying is that you have to be conscious of that reality. There has been nothing. I'm talking about when other experiences were created up until 1990. Add all that for every individual that ever lived before 1990. You summarize it, it's a finite. Finite means zero, approaching zero compared to the infinite of eters of infinity. And these things are not going to be easy for you to feel it. But that is what you got to digest. Because once you digest that, you are the steps of the God heaven state of existence. And that's where God wants you to be. So you have this experience in terms of the blues moment, 2,500 years. And now your real life, because you're so used to that blues moment. You understand me? When, you know, Cassandra plays the guitar, you know, Dr. Nico Cassandra. He plays the guitar, you know, like Jimi Hendrix, who adores him, you know, to very pleasantly reveal that he adored him. You understand me? Because they were celebrating him all over the place in England, especially, and America as well, as the #1 guitarist. And he told them, hey, you don't know, you know, where I got it from. I got it from the real god of guitar. That's Nicholas Cassandra of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. But that deep feeling came from the morning or the blues moment. But this is what we got at the end of it all. So the music now will have to transform to now celebrate this, which is what we call the Gubap era. So I want us to, those who are far away, we hope you could, you know, get a little snack and come right back, and so that we really get into this individual, this particular piece. I want you to really understand what it is you're dealing with. You're dealing with the kind of transformation that is the biggest milestone. This formula is the biggest milestone since we were created. Nothing close to it has ever happened. And it's further complicated because what happens is you see what, you hear what I'm saying, and it sounds so unbelievable. So unbelievable in terms of it is hard to believe it. It's hard to believe it. But that, so once we start feeling it, you know, then we're in a better position. Like I said, there are those who wish that it's, you know, it's you let it slide, but you can't allow it slide because this is heaven. We're on the verge of tasting what it is like to be in heaven. So on that note, I want you all to have a great dinner break, and then we're back here in a little bit to really get into it and understand why we have to be tight with Gagut. Do you all understand it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so want to say happy Gagut greetings and have a great dinner. All right. I'll be back
All
at
right.
8 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Dr. Greeting.
Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings. Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings.
Hello?
Gagut greetings.
Hello. Gagut.
Yes, as we get into the next part of the program, I'm going to introduce you some of the blessings that we have been imbued with with Gagut. I'm going to play a video for you that shows the smelting of the production of machinery and technology in Gagutia, particularly Burkina Faso. Can you all just bear in mind, I'm going to play this part for you. Just give me a second. Just bear in mind, I'm going to play the video in a second.
Okay.
Just a second. Can you see it?
Yes.
In May 2005, a group of elder men of the Fomenko family of smiths in Burkina Faso gathered to smelt iron for the first time in over 60 years. These were men who had seen the process when they were young, and a few of the oldest had actually done it themselves. They were supported and organized by a much younger member of the family, Fomenko, who filmed this with the help of his nephew, Abdoulaye. The smelting took place in the village of Dablo, in northern Burkina Faso, north of Kaya, and at the edge of the Sahel. Burkina Faso is a small landlocked country north of Ghana, and between Mali to the northwest and Niger to the northeast. Africans have been making iron for well over 2,000 years. The manufacture of high-quality carbon steel allowed Africans to produce effective weapons for warfare and efficient tools for farming. Without iron technology, the spread of agriculture and of developed civilizations across Africa would not have been possible. By the beginning of the 20th century, when the first French colonials arrived in Burkina Faso, then called up Revolta, they found a thriving iron smelting industry, by which tons of high-quality metal were produced every year. Within a few decades, the French began to use trucks and automobiles on the roads they forced their subjects to construct. When the first French auto smashed at a high rate of speed into a huge mahogany tree by the side of the road, the smelting industry died, for smiths could find a cheap and plentiful source of good metal. Forging continued, but smelting ended. Since the 1960s, merchants have imported large quantities of inexpensive mass-produced iron from China and Japan, and no iron has been smelted from raw ore anywhere in Africa for almost 50 years. The technology documented on this film is the first smelting of iron from ore in Burkina Faso since the 1960s. Very special hardwood with high caloric content is selected. Fuel is as important to the smelting process as the iron itself. Special charcoal is used. It has a very high BTU content. Jacques Bamago, one of the senior Smith elders, has specialized in charcoal burning all of his life. He and his younger helpers go into the wilderness some distance from Dablo to find suitable hardwood trees that will produce the best charcoal. These are cut, stacked, and burned.
Tout ce qu'on a découpé, on transporte en un campement jusqu'à l'endroit où on a brûlé le charbon. Tutanya mtilawesa basame. Nsansa utuno development. Concernant le feu,
Jacques Soba is showing us how he lights the charcoal using the flint and steel instead of white man's matches.
une fois c'est déjà pris, et maintenant on met avec du coton. Le coton a pris feu. Vous voyez comme ça. Et maintenant on met ça à la direction du vent qui va faire son travail. Vous voyez, c'est déjà pris. Le feu est déjà prêt. Yasoma naye ayamanda kwenye
The wind has come up and is causing problems because it will make the wood burn unevenly. The Bonogo stack leafy branches upwind to block the wind. Jacob does not have a windscreen for his microphone, so there's a lot of wind noise on the video.
tradicional. Donc, c'est ça qu'on appelle la couche. Yara yaka.
The use of ayaka to push the wood back under fire, so it will all burn nicely. As soon as all of the wood is lighted, the men begin to cover or smother the wood with sand, so that the heat will turn the wood into charcoal without consuming it. By smothering the wood as it burns, oxygen is excluded. Molecular water is driven from the wood, reducing it to charcoal without oxidizing it and turning it to useless ash. Four days later, they return to the pile and remove the sand covering, revealing the high-quality hardwood charcoal they need for successful smelting.
Le truc qu'on sert pour déterrer les charbons s'appelle sandore.
The tool that is used to uncover the charcoal is called sandore.
Maintenant, ils ont fini de déterrer. On rassemble ça maintenant pour transporter jusqu'à la maison.
They have uncovered it all so they can take it home.
Maintenant, on passe dans le pays pour amener à la maison.
They're loading it into baskets to carry back home.
transportés sur la tête.
They carry the charcoal back to Dablo in baskets.
Un coup de route pour rentrer. Ils vont transporter ça jusqu'à la maison. Ils sont arrivés à la maison. On dépose maintenant le lieu du travail.
All the charcoal is dumped at the workplace.
On les salue bonne arrivée. Qu'ils ont fait un excellent travail.
People greet them with welcome. You've done a good job.
Ce sont les personnes grâce à eux que le travail ont été réalisés.
This is the group of Bamago elders from the village of Dablo, west of Kaya, who made the smelting possible. Iron is made of iron ore. The elders begin the process by locating a source of ore. In this case, a pit they and their ancestors have used decades earlier. The ore is excavated by hand in baskets and is sorted by quality, removing as much clay as possible. It is then carried back to the village of Dablo, where the trunks of ore are broken open, nuggets of pure iron are removed, and as much clay and impurities as possible are discarded. Truthful baskets of high-quality ore are needed for one kiln. Here Razinga Bamago and the other elders are discussing how and where they will mine the ore. Here Jacques and another elder are getting ready to mine the ore from a shallow pit not far from Dablo. Among the most honored and respected scholars of West African archaeology is Professor Jean-Baptiste Kentega of the University of Ouagadougou. Professor Kentega has published extensively on both iron and gold mining and technology, and is perhaps in part motivated in his interest in iron by the fact that he comes from one of the two very large smith clans in the Mosi area, the other being the Bamago family. Professor Kentega has discovered an archaeological site associated with smelting that dates to 365 to 220 BC, which indicates that smelting developed independently in Burkina Faso. Although Burkina is covered with red iron soil, it is not always easy to locate good sources of iron ore. In some areas, it is said that after rain you can see smoke rising from iron deposits. Other people, including the Senefo and Bois, use a metal rod to prospect for iron ore. In most country, iron ore is usually mined in pits or shallow mines that may have connecting galleries. The miners from several villages make use of common ore pits. Smiths are readily able to distinguish ores that will yield high-quality steel to be used in weapons, as distinct from low-quality ore to be used only for hose. Three types of ore are available in Burkina. The best is magnetite, Fe3O4, which is about 43 to 70% iron. This is difficult to find in much of Burkina. The second grade is red hematite, Fe2O3, which is about 40 to 65% iron. The least useful is brown hematite, or limonite, Fe2O3 NH2O, which is 40 to 60% iron. This is easy to find all across Burkina.
Two types of furnaces are used in
Burkina. In the center and north are tall furnaces that use bellows to force air into the fire. Some of these among the bois once reached a height of 1.5 to 6 meters. This is the type used by the Bamagos. Another type, partially sunk into the ground and much smaller, produces a very small amount of iron.
This is good quality magnetite,
rich in iron.
The elders are cleaning and
sorting the ore from the surrounding clay.
The kernels of good ore
are called zospinga, or hyena turds.
Ce que vient de montrer, ça s'appelle sauce vigna. Sauce vigna, c'est caca de lièvre. Simikinde, je n'ose pas traduire ça en français pour vous. On l'appelle simikinde, c'est son nom comme ça. Mais ça a du fer, mais il faut pas le même charbon que le vrai fer là. Ça, il faut le charbon de l'arbre qu'on appelle tempéra.
They've cleaned the 2 full baskets they need for each of 2 furnaces they are building.
Voilà, on a fini de creuser, on a eu la pierre qu'il faut. Maintenant, il faut porter ça jusqu'à la maison. Et dans des paniers, on porte sur la tête. Comme ça, on porte comme ça jusqu'à la maison. C'est comme ça, on porte jusqu'à la maison.
This is the way they will carry it back to the village.
This is the ore ready for the furnace. The darker the ore, the higher the iron content. The second important mineral that is needed is an alkaline deposit that is also close to the town. This material is a stony material that, when mixed with the ore in the smelting, allows the iron to melt at a much lower temperature and to flow together, separating from the slag or impurities. This flux is also mined near the town and carried to Doblo in baskets.
C'est-à-dire que c'est ça qui permet pour que le fer puisse se produire facilement. Et ça s'appelle des cailloux hauts. Donc c'est un autre genre.
The stones that are gathered and mixed with the ore to make it flow easily are called O stones. This is the flux, ready to be mixed with iron ore and placed in the furnace.
Les cailloux aussi, mais beaucoup moins, il n'y a pas de fer, mais par contre c'est ça qui fait le mélange pour obtenir le fer avec l'autre minerai.
The furnace and tubes are made of clay, which itself is fireproof and durable. Not just any clay will do. The Bamago smiths use clay from termite mounds, which is especially useful because it is free of stones and other impurities. The termites simply are not strong enough to incorporate stones in their structures. Those who have studied African art know that the Oyibo in Nigeria and many other peoples across Africa believe that clay from termite mounds is sacred because it comes from deep in the sacred earth. If you look closely at the clay in the basket, you can see the tunnels the termites have left. The elders break up the mounds and carry the pieces back to Doblo, where they pound the chunks into finer clay. women are drawing water to be mixed with the clay from the village's main well over 30 meters deep. The well was dug and lined with concrete with the help of an American Peace Corps volunteer more than 35 years ago. The water is quite clean and safe to drink.
Depuis que vous voyez le grand puits, il y a au moins 30 mètres de profondeur. C'est comme ça. Elles ont porté. Elles vont faire plusieurs fois pour que ça suffise. Donc, c'est petit à petit comme ça qu'elles vont aller tout le.
The elders are breaking the clay into fine pieces so it will absorb water evenly. Two deep pits are dug, and the clay is mixed with water so that the liquid is absorbed or slaked into the clay uniformly.
Donc, ce qu'il porte là, ça c'est le sucre de la paille dont je vous parle.
This is a large bundle of the special fine straw from the wilderness that will be broken up to mix with the clay.
La poudre, on met dans la, on mélange à la terre, on met. Voilà. Donc, ils utilisent la paille de Sulungu pour que à la construction il n'y ait pas de fissures. Parce que quand le feu va brûler le haut fourneau, le bois, s'il n'y a pas assez de paille comme ça de Sulungu, il peut y avoir des fissures et les fissures, ça gâte tout, ça peut s'éclater et puis retomber. Donc voilà pourquoi on met la paille de Sulungu, fille de 15 à 17.
The 15 to 17-year-old girls help out by bringing water.
You can drive it cool, man.
Donc, on mouille d'abord le trou. Alors, on met un peu d'eau dans le trou. Et à ce moment, d'autres font la boue ici. La boue est déjà prête, donc on ne fait que rien dans le trou.
Just 1 second. We're about to bring Professor Oyibo in. Are you all ready?
Yeah.
All right. Please hold.
Yep, we're ready.
Okay, welcome back.
Yes, welcome, Professor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, did all of us have a great dinner?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Good, Professor.
Mixed beans, yeah, and rice. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's wonderful because you're going to need it. I just wanted you to see this little piece here. You know, and we're going to continue somewhere, you know, later on. But I don't know how much you saw yet. You should have been able to get a sense of what was going on in Gagut here. And as they indicated, you know, things that were dug out as in terms of anthropology have shown that there was evidence in this particular location that dates back to 3500. Did you all remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I remember.
Not many people on planet Earth knew anything about smelting during that period. They all understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This is the fundamental of technology. And as you can see there, you could have gotten a sense that the technicalities in terms of mechanics of what was being done there, you can see that it was very, very much original. It didn't look like it was imported from anywhere. Did you notice that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, you did.
Okay. It's very authentically Gagutian, in other words. So what you see then is that many of you, especially in diaspora, don't see this kind of document frequently. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. That's what we're dealing with. It is called fraudulent concealment. They all understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fraudulent concealment is the military techniques used by Jim Crow to indoctrinate us into being worthless. That's why it is important for you to watch this video. Particularly what I just indicated, that you can see authenticity, black, in the process. There was nothing that was being done there that looked foreign at all. Do you understand?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the contrary.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, on the contrary, that's where it all started, and it was exported to other places. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
You saw that. There's no guesswork about it, right? It's authentic. There was no sign those people learned that from anybody else. Couldn't you see that?
Yes.
So now in the beginning, you also hear the narrator saying that for 60 years they've not been allowed to do smelting, at least in that area. And by extension, the rest of Gagotia. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually indicated when the so-called
try to make it clean.
Yes. And when the so-called colonizers came around, they shut all that down. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that you begin to, so you begin to look worthless, no brains, nothing. And you're seeing people that have never gone to Jim Crow school, they're doing something that is very natural and authentically Gagotian or black. A similar thing happened here. When you hear names like Booker T. Washington, you know, he was blessed. He was blessed. Very much so. He had a contemporary, you know, colleague. Another black man. You know, who has what you call a different view of the dynamics of the realities of black people. The Booker T. Washington, first, he was born in a log cabin. The father was supposed to be a non-black, Jim Crow type, but and a black mother, and but right through to his early life, he only knew one parent as the mother. So, and his story is something I like to point out for black people in terms of, so by the time he began to mature and all that, he had no illusions as to what he is. Do you understand?
Yes.
He identified with a black mother. In terms of that's who he is. He didn't really get confused as to, well, you know, I don't know if I'm, you know, like what's that? What do you call him? He's he plays what do you call the thing there? The gentleman, wealthy people game, a black man. And he talks about, I can't think of his name right now. When he's describing himself, he says he's a Capulasian. You understand? I can't think of his name. I know some of you probably know who I'm talking about. A black man in America here who Tiger Woods. You ever heard about Tiger Woods?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yes. He calls himself a Kaplasian.
Oh, yeah. I think.
You understand? Booker T. Washington didn't have anything like that. He knew he was black because the mother raised her in a cabin, a log cabin, by herself. So when he began to rise, he instructed the black people to concentrate on technology. You'll understand.
Yes.
And he knew that was what defined him in terms of the non-black father couldn't care less for him. He walked out. The black mother was both father and mother. So he had no illusion. He couldn't call himself a Kaplasian. Do y'all understand?
Yep.
Right.
Caucasian, black, and Asian. That's what Tiger Woods called himself. So we have a lot of experiences like that. So then he moved on, founded Tuskegee, and got hooked up with another general, another retired general, Washington Carver, and they hooked on. The other guy that I'm talking about, he was associated with Harvard, and he was focusing on emphasizing, going through those elite system and all that in terms of Harvard University. Du Bois was, let's go to Harvard and, just shine academically and all that. Booker T had academics and intelligence that was a little beyond that. So as soon as he and retired General Washington Carver got together, they revolutionized agricultural science. Where from peanut alone, retired General Washington Carver, developed 325 products. You'll understand.
Yes.
Just with peanut alone, including peanut butter. So now, Booker T. Washington also indicated there's a high school in Alabama somewhere named after him, a technical high school. Booker T. Washington High School. And he advised our people to concentrate on technology. In effect, Tuskegee became like a transplanting of Timbuktu in America. What was being done in Tuskegee, nobody else was doing anywhere else in America. Certainly no other non-black people could do anything like that. So there's those 325 products. Each of them, at least during that period, was worth Nobel Prize. So fraudulent concealment comes in where we don't even know if he was nominated for any. it was fraudulently concealed. Do you all understand?
Yes.
So it is important that we understand these dynamics. Fraudulent concealment is a very terrible tool used by Jim Crow to cover up your blessings in order to steal it. You understand?
Yes.
Yes.
We suffer too much in that direction. The continent was, and you understand me, the center of intelligence. Was the center of intelligence. And that was conveniently, fraudulently concealed. So eventually, they would fast forward right to Berlin Conference and declared us so brainless that we were not considered fit enough or intelligent enough to own any land. And so our land has to be taken over by them. That's what the purpose of Berlin Conference was. So there were lots of our ancestors who were fighting. I have a blood relative that fought. His name is Wata Amaga Ame. That's amen. Amen. Aga is some of the names you hear in the Bible and all that. Aga is the mother's name. Amen Ra. Amen Aga. That was a legend. It was such a legend. A guy came into their kingdom, and during his father's period, and murdered his father because the father told them black people are far superior to them. And certainly, the Pata system, the Pata, also called Osa or Asa, A-S-A-R, is the same title. Pata, eventually corrupted to Pharaoh. So he told them, look, you are just copying things that we invented. So when they came over to the palace, asked him to, give him an invitation to come into England to visit the king. And he said, no, the king is much mistaken. And so that, well, if the king is not qualified to host the altar, the Pata, the Osa. And so what is suggested to the king was to let the king, if the king wanted to see the altar, he can come to Ida, to see the altar. And that was very annoying to them, to say the least. They were flabbergasted. Now remember, this was in 1820s, 1830s, and they were sort of pissed off. In addition, he also called the general, admiral, that was the head of the delegation. He called him a boy, because the Pata is the father. So everybody else is a young man, a boy. So when it was translated to him, the Pata, this is my blood relative. That's Ekelaka. Ekele. So they were so angry, especially the admiral was so angry that, by the time he returned to England, they began planning how to assassinate him. And eventually they sent one of those hitmen by the name of John Lander to Ida, and eventually murdered him, but in a very cowardly way, because they hired a black man, totally non-conscious, and asked him to go into his bedroom and smothered him with a hat full of pepper, cayenne pepper. So the son, that is the later Pata, promised them once he get on the throne, they will see a revenge. That was number one. Number two, John Lander, who organized this assassination, he was cursed. And so he was unable to return back to England. He died in Fernandapo. That's a little island, in the Atlantic Ocean. So, but then when Pata Amaga got on the throne, of course, as he promised them, they're going to get their behinds whipped. From what we understand, he had like 3 wars with Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria was a queen during that period. And part of that period also was when they were supposedly coming to implement the Berlin Conference. And he dealt with them so hard that they stole his picture. We do not have his picture today. We have his father's picture, but Amaga, we are not unable to find his picture. That's part of the fraudulent concealment. And if you also remember, Toussaint Louverture was fraudulently invited by Napoleon, and in a very cowardly way, eventually killed him. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That happened in the 1790s. So this is like 30 years after that point. And so our folks had intelligence and they saw all that. So there were 2 points. One, the King of England is not qualified to host the Pata. And secondly, that their tricks are well known in terms of luring black leaders to their territories and then take them prisoners of war, like it was done with Toussaint Louverture. So this thing has been going on for a long time. Now, what Pata Amaga said to the black people is, after that long, war with Queen Victoria, he transformed on 1900 exactly. And Queen Victoria, who, was queen and they fought for a long period of time, also transformed on in 1901, 1 year apart. And but what he said to Black people was, on his deathbed, was the one that owns technology owns the land. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's what he said to Black people. And it is so true that what you just saw, as soon as the colonial folks, so-called colonial, arrived in Gagut, they stopped all our technology. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They stopped all our technologies to ensure that we, the land is surrendered over to them. So Amaga told our folks, don't kid yourself. You must have technology, whether Jim Crow likes it or not. And so in the Gala Kingdom, and that's how, so folks, like some of the young people that when they hear me talk about Gala Gitchi, and they think they don't understand. They say, why, the Gala Gitchis are no different. They use the N word sometimes, like everybody else. So what makes them different? The Gala Gitchis are very, very stubbornly proud to be Black. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
So, the war continued up until today, actually. The Berlin World Conference, Berlin Conference, dynamics continue in many parts, of Gagut still today. Because Jim Crow wants to fraudulently conceal your reality in terms of being a race of geniuses. So they can justify, doing anything with you. And the reason they win, or they appear to be winning, John, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I saw something like
yes.
Okay. The reason Jim Crow appears like they've been winning is because they are united. Something that they have been they're united. When they come at you, as a matter of fact, in Burkina Faso, no, actually Mali and Burkina Faso too as well, there's a lot of crisis there right now. And France came in, brought in their military, and then brought in other Europeans. That's how they do it. They come in group. And before to do that, they would have isolated the Black person who is the leader in that particular location. And sometimes even got them fighting, like was done to Pata General Idi Amin. So this is the war that we've been dealing with. Denmark was asked you know, by Malian government to get lost. Because, you know, Denmark, all kinds of people in there. The instability is part of the cover-up. The coups and all that are part of how they, because they, you know, in other words, when they come in like that, you understand they're brewing trouble. This is nothing new. That's what I just reported with regards to Patah Ekelaga. They hired some black person, you know, and it's a very vicious dynamics. Very, very vicious dynamic. It's an incredibly nasty military operation. So it is within that context we must understand what God has done with Gagut. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Within that context, you know, because the so-called coups are things brewed, you know, formulated by Jim Crow to make sure you don't have time to be productive. And because you're not productive, you don't have any currency. Productivity is money, is the real money, because it comes from your brains. Once you're productive, that's what's the wealth. That's why Jim Crow attacks that. So once, you know, poverty, that's real, you know, poverty for black people is nothing but a sabotage of their productivity by Jim Crow. There was a military operation. Because you're not productive, you do not have a currency. You don't have money. You can't even feed yourself. So when Jim Crow turns around and bring a few dollars and hand you those few dollars and say, well, look, why don't you go to the king's, find your way to the king's room, sleeping room, bedroom, and kill him. They don't need to give you a lot of money. They give you just chicken change. You agree to do it because you're hungry. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what has been going on. That's what has been going on. So God sent Gagut as a solution to all those problems. So you can't be casual with Gagut. This was the message. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
There's my own blood relative, General Amaga. He told us, he said, the one that owns technology owns the land. So don't ever play with your technology. And obviously, that's part of what is going on now in 3 countries in West Africa alone. Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. There have been military coups there in all these places. And the end is not in sight. And part of why there are coups is related to this video that you just saw a clip of. Because they don't allow people to be productive. And it's exactly the same here. There was a time in this country where majority of the technicians in this country were black. Did you all know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Like in the 1800s.
Thank you very much. So
okay. Okay, yes, okay. I remember.
Yeah. So Junko woke up one day and says, no, these folks can't be. That's why it's too strategic, which is also why orthogonal, because Washington insisted that that must be our focus. They all understand.
Yes.
Because a non-productive people are worthless. Totally worthless. You can't eat. You can't exist without productivity. Productivity is critical to the survival of every species. It's critical. Without productivity, you are on your way to extinction. And that's what they've been doing to Black people globally. That's why God sent Gagut. So with such, if you are able to understand that, you will know that you can't disengage from Gagut even for a second. And my great uncle, Retired General Amaga, he will be smiling if you all can pay attention to that. Because you don't own anything without productivity. Do you all understand?
Yes.
The summary of technology is what you see there. Itasavan. Itasavan is all the technology that you need. You all understand that?
Yes.
The bombs, all the bombs come out of Itasavan. All of them, past, present, and future. E is equal to mc squared comes out when n is equal to -1. So G -1J will give you E minus MC squared equal 0. That's where the bomb came from. They'll understand.
Yes.
Therefore, all the privileges that the Jews have been given, you are entitled to that as a minimum. Can you say that?
Yes.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Therefore, you must go to the town halls. You must organize a meeting with President Biden and Harris, Vice President Harris, and show the formula. We've been very hesitant to go into a destruction stage of a formula because it's not necessary. When the Jewish people developed the E minus MC squared bomb, the war that it was using involved the destruction of 85 million people. Did you all know that?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
The body counts in the 45 after the war was estimated to be about 85 million people dead. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what we're dealing with. So, we've tried, as a people, to teach the world that life is precious because it's a piece of God in us. In the process, we lost a lot of lives ourselves. And in reality, what has happened really is that Jim Crow was once a black man before he moved up north to the cold countries. And apparently, the ice dynamics robbed him of 9 polymorphisms. That's where he lost his N+1 here is a polymorphism. Jim Crow lost 9. That's why he's 19 currently. And obviously that has a lot in terms of to do with how he visualized life. It's a lot of destruction of life with Jim Crow. And we're trying to work with him to straighten him up for a very long time. So, a part of the way to help him out is that you must focus on Gij, comma j equal to 0 and eta sub n. This is critical. If you don't do that, humanity will be on an Armageddon path. Y'all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
We don't need that. See, a blessing comes with responsibilities. We've been blessed with the ultimate blessing. You know, it's important to do Guba, Gagut birthdays, and all that. But we must carry Jim Crow along and, you know, turn him back to his, you know, to recover his 9 IQ or 9 polymorphisms. So that's the next, that part of the challenges that has to be overcome. But it's a good thing that that solution is available, or it's something that could be considered. It's time for humanity to have a lot of fun right now, a lot of fun, as in Gagut heaven state of existence. Because eta sub n are the solutions to all problems. Jim Crow has given my IQ, obviously, is n+1 equal infinity. That's why I can not only see the whole universe, that is infinity. It's the only way you can understand infinity, sure, because it's the IQ here. Is if your IQ is infinity. And like I've explained to lots of you, this formula came through, this is God here, the whole universe, fundamentally. This is the brain of the black man talking to you. To the point where, you know, the actual formula was written from his brains. I want you to think about it for a second.
Call from and Call from and
Just want to say that.
Okay. Is everybody following?
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. What it means to say eta sub n is the infallible proof of Gij, comma j equal to 0 as the totality of knowledge is that Gij represents every and all knowledge. That's what Gij represents. When God was revealing it, God did not say, oh yeah, this is going to deal with atomic bomb. Atomic bomb may be very popular, with Jim Crow especially, but it's definitely not the only knowledge. So Gij, comma j equal to 0 represents each and every and all knowledge, past, present, and future. That's what it is that God has endowed the Black people with. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is how you find Einstein's piece with all the big name, Einstein and all that. One of his main contributions was when you make n is equal to 0, sorry, minus 1, you see it's equal to MC squared there. The second one, of course, is n is equal to 1. And when I say second one, I'm talking about the tiny bit of each of those. It's going to be very hard for you to get a comparison with this here. And as I was saying earlier, it's like everything that everybody has, every knowledge that has been acquired since the creation up until 1990 is finite, and compared to infinity, presently, that's of n is infinity, absolute infinity, then the finite piece is approximately 0 compared to that absolute infinity. That's extremely hard to understand, but it gives you a sense of what it is God has done. So it's not something, oh, you just casually deal with. That's number one. Number two, it's not something that you're going to hand over to Jim Crow while you're there languishing on special ed and stuff like that. It came out in your name, just like when n is equal to minus 1, and you take 1 out of the infinite subset, and that the Jewish piece is just one of that infinite, just even when n is equal to minus 1. the Jewish people dropped everything else they were doing in order to pay attention to E minus MC squared is equal to 0. Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
So in this case, n goes from minus infinity to plus infinity. That's the whole universe. So telling you in the class before this, when you take two stars, say the sun, our star, and you connect a line. People like to think of the line as a tunnel in order to cover the thickness and all that of the stars. When you do that connection and you draw that straight line, of course, it goes to infinity. And along that infinite distance, you can locate infinite stars along that straight line. And up until this particular moment, no human has been able to go to the next star yet, from all kinds of records, because it's so far away. It's so far away. It's 4 light years away. Meaning it takes 4 years for a light to travel from the sun to reach 4 years to reach the next solar system. 4 years. That's what it takes. And all kinds of, other challenges, to say the least, that has basically made that project. I mean, just going to the next star. Are you all getting a sense of the geometry of what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. It takes, that's, so therefore, for you to think of pursuing that project, there are obviously millions of things that you need to think about. So if you understand that?
I didn't hear you.
Oh, okay.
They cut you off. Yeah, I didn't hear it either.
Oh, can you hear? That must be Jim Crow. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Keep your humor, because Jim Crow is extremely nervous, listening to this kind of presentation. But this is very important, very much needed, because the struggle to preserve life would have us possibly considering that if we don't achieve a better understanding of what Gagut means to humanity. One of the things it does, the formula does, especially with test event, say if all Gagut was in terms of the, as it revealed from God, was Gij common equal to 0. If that's all that came with it, that's already profound, because it's the exact equation, the infallible solution, an equation for the for the theorem of all truths. It's exact. So we're going to look for evidence of the proof or estimates in terms of whether that is proven or not. That will be a separate program. Most of the equations in the past, required 100 years for people to begin to get real solutions, like relativity, general relativity, for example. They only have specific solutions. They don't have general solution. This is general solution. This here. Out of which whatever is correctly done by any other creature, they are all embedded in here. Like I told you before, Einstein has a contribution from n is equal to -1 and n is equal to 1. As general relativity is over there. So is Newton. Newton is also n is equal to 1. Maxwell will be n is equal to 0. Gauss is also 0 and 1. Nobody could go past 1 before Gagut. They all understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why for the physicists, they had a position in terms of, well, physics is stuck. They can't go past Einstein. And that's such a slogan among physicists. We will see who will take us past Einstein. They all understand.
Yeah.
It has not only go past Einstein. It makes Einstein look like 0. Because if you scale n is equal to 1 trillion, where it cannot fit in any finite sense, n is equal to 1 you can't see it to be subsumed by the point 0. In fact, you could do that within just 1,000. You're scaling, 1,000, n is equal to 1,000. You try to put that on a scale with n is equal to 1. You know that it will have no finite length to be consumed with a 0. That's the dynamics of infinity. Anybody understands what I just said?
Yes, you said.
Huh?
You said the 1 is insignificant to 1,000.
Absolutely. But that's just 1,000. So if you talk about 1 trillion, you know how insignificant it is, right?
Yes.
Comparison will be 1 over.
Oh, yeah.
1 over 1,000. That will be the scale, will be, like that. 1 over 1,000. You know, that's for 1,000. But if you have a trillion, you're talking about, you know, in other words, 1 over 1,000 is 10 to the power minus 3. Do you understand that? Do you understand?
Yeah.
10 to the power minus 3. And so when you're talking about a trillion, depending on what's your dynamics, you're talking about 10 to the power minus 15. You can see how trivial that is, right? Can you see that? How tiny, how small that is? 1 over 10 to the power, or 10 to the power minus 15. You know how small that is?
Yeah. Sounds small.
Yeah.
It's quite small. Quite small. So that is finite compared to infinite. So now it is big. This is not some, oh gee, let me get a sense of what relativity is about. And of course, the person that was in a total shock after coming around to see Eta Soben. There are quite a few of them. But Professor Nemalu was one of those. He rests in perfect peace. That's the one thing he couldn't stop talking about until he transformed on. People came and tried to bribe him to badmouth Gagut and everything else, and he keeps on telling me, I said, gee, you understand, I'm a mathematician. The killer to every critic of Gagut is Eta Soben. Eta Soben is incredibly godly. Unfortunately, there are bombs and all that in it, which is why it is important. You've been called to take some responsibilities for your own blessing. So part of the kind of projects in terms of part of preserving humanity is to begin to spread from our solar system. That will broaden the horizon of humanity. Armageddon, part of the thought about Armageddon, 85 million people to be, lives to be destroyed is incredibly horrible. And there's a rationalization technique that says, well, we need to, lower our population because, well, we're not going to have much land to live on. Do you all understand?
Yes.
That is a lot of lack of understanding. So Gagut would usher in spreading out. All right. When you have infinity of galaxies, infinity of them, you pick up your number of galaxies that you want as an individual person.
Oh.
Name it, you get it. You got it.
Praise God. Praise God.
Praise God.
Yes,
That's what you're dealing with. They all understand. All of that is in Gaga. That's what Eta Soben represents, the galaxies and everything else. First, the solar systems. And when some folks were calling Gagut an interstellar, actually, they did a movie called Interstellar based on Gagut. This what gives you. This what gives you this. Yeah, Eta Soben gives you the stars. So therefore, all the stars in the universe are contained when n is equal to infinity. all of them. Every line has infinite stars. They all understand.
Yes.
Yes, sir. That is so powerful. It's sound.
That's right. So God didn't God didn't give you this so you can go and slip away so that bad boys will go and destroy the planet, you know, and you wake up to a shattered planet. You don't need that, do you?
No.
That's right.
Oh, no, sir.
Yeah,
No, sir.
absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So we gotta respond to God's calling. All right. You know, and you can take you could learn from the experience of Newton. When they got, you know, GM1 M2 minus FR squared equals 0. Like I said before, the R squared comes out of when n is equal to 1. Because when it's equal to 1, you have xj squared. Can you see that? So xj squared, summing it over j, will give you x squared plus y squared plus z squared and so on, which is the square of the distance between the 2 points, or what you call a radius of a circular, a closed circular path. So therefore, that's where Newton got his, what he calls gravitational law from. But he wasn't aware of it as of then. But he had physical intuition. And as a matter of fact, the whole dynamics between Kepler and Newton with Gagut is very easy to see. Because eta sub 1 is a characteristic of the universe. So what Newton stumbled over was, you know, that characteristic. Although he called it a distance, you know, distance between them, in reality, it is the characteristic which is eta sub 1. And in that case, it's a conic section. It's not just r squared. It's not just r squared in terms of a radius of a circle. It could be on an ellipse. It could be on a parabola and a hyperbola. So it's a conic section. Those are the characteristics. Usually when people talk about that particular characteristic, they're talking, you know, they go straight to a circle, and, you know, which coincides with the, you know, the distant formula. So, and you know, constant distance, you know, when you're looking at a circle. But, you know, and usually there isn't too much emphasis or focus on the other characteristics or the sub-characteristics that are governed by n is equal to 1. So there's a lot of things in here. When those Harvard and MIT students are demanding they get introduced to Gagut, a few of them were having some inspirations. Because you cannot be a mathematician not being touched by eta sub n. Because eta sub n is the totality of intelligence when n is infinity. And that's what I told you, if you take a line, a two-dimensional line, any line, you're going to draw out infinite stars. Provided that you connect it with another star, those 2 points will give you a line of, solar systems. So by the time we get busy planning on reaching the next solar system, we're hoping there's going to be peace. And they're concerned about, gee, we have very little resources to sustain human population. During that point, the fears will be alleviated. That's what is expected of us. That's going to come on our planet or our solar system and try to badmouth humanity anymore. Because we know the whole universe through eta sub n. And one creature, one human being was blessed with the totality of that knowledge. Completely. That was blowing. And Imalu, when he he saw eta sub n, and he actually confessed. He said, "This is incredible." He says, "What he will tell people up front is, well, look, let me just summarize things for you." He will say, he says, "Yeah, Gagut has taken physicists, and other mathematical scientists beyond Einstein, because Einstein stopped at 1 and he scored 1. And by the time he tried 2, he saw a lot of things that they couldn't see with relativity and all. And he will call me and say, well, so the highest n will be 2? And I said, no. Highest is infinity. That's the highest. So your journey is, you haven't gotten started yet. So you say, yes, Gagut has taken humanity past Einstein by far, light years away from Einstein. Light years. So therefore, it's important we concentrate on it. It's therefore important to, like the Harvard professors and students and MIT professors and students, and certainly Göttingen, in the spirit of Gauss, have demanded that Gagut be the focus, the central point in terms of acquiring knowledge. So part of your job as a Black person, and eventually the rest of humanity, but you must rise to the occasion. It's not enough for you to just be casual about it. You got to learn. You got to start getting down to the nitty-gritty. And one of the reasons I and to share some of that video with you today in terms of the smelting is to remind you of who you are. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Well noted.
Absolutely. To remind you who you are. And that's what Portageon, Booker T. Washington was trying to do with Black people. He encouraged Black people to build their own towns. Wanted them to found their own cities so they don't go and stay in somebody else's slums.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Sounds good.
So, but what you saw earlier is extremely significant. But particularly at the time, although that piece has been, has been there since 2012 or 2014, somewhere there, where people found they could revisit something they knew before everybody, but something they've not been allowed to engage in because of bad boys that are nervous. So you got to become more active with Gagut. The totality of knowledge is here. It's right there, right in front of you. All right?
Okay.
A fission bomb is very straightforward from this formula. Extremely straightforward. You got a uranium, and you make sure that a neutron is going very slow, but target uranium. And slowly, not very fast. And then it gets absorbed by the nucleus of the uranium. And what happens is uranium absorbs a neutron and quickly becomes unstable. And it divides, that instability divides it into roughly two exact, not necessarily exact, but two parts, two components. Two components. And what happens after that is one or both of those components
What happened?
I know, I don't hear anything.
would now
Hello? Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, please hold. What did you hear last?
I think the last word was now.
No, yeah, he was talking about the yeah, he was talking about how uranium, what you need to build the efficient bomb. And it got down to the part where it said there's two parts, two components, and then it started messing up.
Just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see Etis Aben?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So anyway, so there's a lot of things that need to be understood in the universe. They all understand.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about heaven's state of existence, we have to know the difference between right and wrong, good and bad. You understand that?
Yes.
And be able to stay on the good and right path while avoiding the wrong and the bad path. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, every second that you have must be concentrating on Gagut. The Jewish people were able to get so much from one end of -1. Do you all understand?
Yes.
They got reparations. We have n is equal to 1. What we have not done is to destroy lives. We haven't done that. That's the only difference between the n-1 of Etas of Ben and, you know, what the Jewish had. That's the only difference, that we don't have 85 million people's life destroyed. That's the only difference. As far as n is equal to -1 goes, do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Put it another way. If the Nazis understood that 85 million people lives were going to be destroyed, they would have considered Einstein's proposal more seriously. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
So, which is where we are. And it therefore becomes extraordinarily important for the Black people to engage President Biden and all the folks. That means that Black people have to understand enough to be able to convey that understanding, not only amongst Black people, but among all of humanity. Because this glory is for humanity. But we do not want that glory to be turned into an annihilation of humanity. Do you all understand?
Yes.
It's already there. You're looking at it. It has to be. There's nothing that's not in there. Electron goes on a circular path where there is a nucleus. That also is captured by etas of 1. That's an atomic particle. Now, electron is by itself. What it does is it goes on a straight path. Electron is like a photon, although without a charge. It conveys the light rays. Photons does. Because light will get from the sun, come through a straight line path until it gets near a big gravitational object. And then there's a bending of its path. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Otherwise, far away from it comes on a straight line, a straight path. So now, the imagery of the whole universe is embodied in etas of n when n begins to approach infinity. Everything that's in the universe is there. I don't know that there was anybody that, especially as was indicated by Stephen Hawking, Professor Hawking said, no, we could not find the equation for the theorem of theory of everything. So obviously, talking about theorem of everything was out of the question. But that's exactly what God did. It's right in front of you. Do you understand?
Yes, praise be to God.
Praise be to God. You started with your word, your verbal, and then you move soon enough to the action part of praise God, and go to results. The fear about scarcity of resources is no longer real in light of etas of n. And certainly there's no reason to interrupt any black mind right now. So the solutions to the problem on Gagut is writing etas of n. And so therefore, it is important that a talk is arranged with the president of this country so that energies are channeled into orienting people to this new age, the Gagut age. Among one of those projects is a visit with our neighbors. I'm not even talking about the planets in our solar system, I'm talking about the solar system. The next solar system, like I said, 4 light years away. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are the projects. Those are the projects that must be on high gear right now. So it's not some kind of casual thing at all. No casual thing. Everything that's happening in the world right now, unfortunately, a lot of it is negative because they do not understand it as a end. There's no room for negativity. And certainly sickness, no room for all that, and definitely no room for death. So Black people need to go and have a meeting with the president of this country and say, look, like I was saying earlier, if the Nazi government understood what it meant in terms of Einstein to say, look, the Jewish people need to become first-class citizens. It was unnecessary for them to tell Einstein, no, we'll accept you as an honorary first-class citizen while his people can go to hell. That was wrong. And that's what created the destruction of the lives of 85 million people. Do you all understand? That's, because that's all they wanted. We want to be first-class citizens like everybody else. We do not want to repeat such a mistake. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't need that. And especially in this case, relativity was a theory. So there's a way for people to say, oh, well, since it's a theory, we don't know if it's going to work or not. Do you understand? So until you test it, and they were tests, we can't take you seriously. Gagut is the theorem. Are you all following?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Because it's a theorem, the bombs are guaranteed, or the bad negatives are guaranteed. You understand? The theorem is far ahead of experiments. Because an experiment that is done that fails to verify a theorem means that experiment is done incorrectly. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Do you understand? Do you all understand that?
Yes.
So it's not about having doubts with data of exactly. I mean, you understand me? Do you all understand? It's not a joke. It's not a joke at all. Everything is extremely precise. Give you another example. What I was saying before between Einstein and Newton and Kepler. Well, Kepler used empirical document to verify that the planets are on elliptical paths. And that was a big, huge thing. All right, elliptical paths. So if they had eta sub n, they would have seen that by making n is equal to 1. The elliptical path is right there. In addition to parabola and hyperbola. They don't even talk about hyperbola and parabola. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes. 'Yes. 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 'Yes.
Certainly, Gagotia and Gagotian schools need to start studying this right away. And all the others. This should be the only thing people be studying in any school right now. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I guess.
Which is one of the reasons why you all need a meeting with the president of this country. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're going to divert efforts from the so-called Third World War and get something constructive going on. Right?
Correct. That's.
But we must engage the government right now. And you have to also remember that the Security Council members part of NATO have already confirmed Gagut, a big part of NATO, and that is the Yale study, Gagut-Yale study confirmed Gagut. Do you realize that?
Yes.
Yeah, confirmed Gagut, because Gagut as the God order is God revealing G.I.J. quotas on Nitas of Ben to prove that God has ordained a black man with ultimate intelligence. Ultimate intelligence is n plus 1 equal to infinity. When n is equal to infinity, then everything in the universe is reproduced. That's when you get the stars on the line that I was just telling you about, infinite stars. You'll understand.
Yes.
That's the whole universe. That's right there. So if you go back to Kepler and Einstein, Newton, there was no difference in what was done. Inverse square law, the only difference in inverse square law is, okay, the force will be inverse of the eta sub 1. That's all. That's the only difference. It's the only difference. Because once you have the correct solution, you got everything you need. The geometry may not be, may not have focus on that, but that's the bottom line. Newton didn't say anything that's different from, or not much that's different from what Kepler said. Because all that you need is the proper characteristics, and the proper characteristics for for gravity is n is equal to 1 fundamentally. 1. So I don't need to talk about inverse square law, inverse square of the distance. No, I talk about eta sub 1. That's what unifies Newton and Kepler. It's all about geometry. It's all about geometry. So anyway, we need to pay more attention to solving problems right now. Solve problems of fears, problems of hunger, problems of wars. And we better deal with the Third World War. But so what I was saying before in terms of, okay, NATO nations have verified Gagut. China has verified Gagut through the Gagut People's Daily News article. And so has Russia. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Now, the NATO countries that verified Gagut, I don't remember England per se, but I remember France, and I think Rome, Italy, and maybe one other country. Yeah, I know there was France. I don't remember Germany, but Germany already verified Gagut independently. So therefore, it is time to start dialogue. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's what we need to engage in while you're learning very, very seriously. And I won't be surprised if the disconnection a little while ago was some of this nervousness. And I was talking, you know, about uranium.
Mm-hmm.
We need to deal with those kinds of we need to deal with those kinds of fears, you know, and smile instead. You understand? In terms of that's exactly what I was trying to explain to you earlier. In terms of
it was November.
Uranium.
Powerful stuff.
What is uranium?
It's a powerful combination of elements. You can make some powerful destructive materials out of it. Yeah, it's a lot of things. Google uranium.
Okay. It says uranium is a chemical element with the symbol U and atomic number 92. It is a silvery gray metal in the actinide series of the periodic table. A uranium atom has 92 protons and 92 electrons, of which 6 are valence electrons. That's where I just came with uranium.
Yeah. It's used in making a lot of you know, batteries. I think they use it in battery. Well, lithium. I think they use in batteries. But uranium can be used in a lot of different. Look at some of the things that can be made. There's a part on there, if you're in Wikipedia, it says uses.
Yes, I'm in Wikipedia. Yes.
Yeah, military, you can use it for military, like building different heavy artillery, a lot of different things, energy, you know. So, and from what I learned in the Congo, it's very, you know, there's a lot, something to do with the Congo.
The major application of uranium in the military sector is in high density penetrators. This ammunition consists of depleted uranium, alloyed with 1 to 2% other elements such as titanium or molybdenum. At high impact speed, the density, hardness, and functional projectile uranium. Tank armor and other removable vehicle armor can also be hardened with depleted uranium plates. The use of depleted uranium became politically and environmentally contentious after the use of such munitions by the US, UK, and other countries during wars in the Persian Gulf and the Balkans raised questions concerning uranium compounds left in the soil. That's Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so you can see why there's a need for dialogue, right?
Yes.
Yes. All the nervousness will be highly minimized once there's a dialogue, because we're blessed with the ultimate love, and therefore should be focused on love and life. Love and life. If I think about 85 million human beings' lives being destroyed, it's mind-blowing. You understand? For no reason, no logical reason. Do you understand that?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So we have to act quickly so that the focus be on the right path. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Which is one of the reasons why.
Now, first, I think,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I think Lang said once. I think Lang said, Brother Lang said that he had reached out to and sent a letter to the president. I'm gonna see if I can connect with him and get some more understanding of what he actually had going on.
Okay.
And I got the other. Yeah.
Yeah, that becomes very critical right now because, but it's both parties, both sides are critical to this, obviously. Black people are non-blacks. Everybody must play, must learn now to understand what's a niche for everyone and niche for both parties, blacks and non-blacks. Okay, so because when the focus is on positive stuff and everybody's, you understand me, doing fine, everybody's no hunger, nothing like that. Do you understand me? Life gets better in that mode. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand it. Helping others, who feels seem like it's I don't know why. Well, yeah, I do got an idea why, but for others, seem like it's a problem. Helping them to understand. Yeah.
Well, that's why I was talking about the ICE experience. And you could actually say to yourself, well, maybe Jim Crow's problems with the global warming maybe knowingly or unknowingly, Jim Crow trying to get even with the ICE. For robbing him. Do you understand? For robbing him of the 9 polymorphisms. You understand?
True. Yeah.
So, you understand? So, no, it's a lot of, and each time a formula, comes around, there are all those worries, and we want to minimize those worries. They all understand. And the strategy is to focus on positive projects. And that's why getting to the next solar system is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful project. But you all have to be ready. They all understand.
Yes.
That's what I told you. You have to have your own. Yes, you must map out your own niches in this process. All right. And it will be nice once you all get going with that before the meeting. Although we're not going to necessarily delay such a meeting, like Sister Ra said, yes, every one of you need to call the governments and call the United Nations while you're there. You all understand? This is very serious. And we want to be on record as being, yes, we want to be on record as being, being involved in that kind of dynamics.
Yeah, I just wonder, can I read technology?
Say that again.
I said I want to read technology in the Wikipedia. It says technology, art, skill, cunning of hand, and is the sum of any techniques skills, methods, and processes used in the production of goods or services
Yes.
or in the accomplishment of objectives
Yes.
such as scientific investigation.
Yep.
Technology can be the knowledge of techniques, processes, and the like, or it can be embedded in machines to allow for operation without detailed knowledge of their workings.
Yes.
Systems applying technology by taking an input, changing it accordingly to the system's use, and then producing an outcome are referred to as technology systems or technological systems.
Yep, that's right. That's right. But both parties will now come and move on a path. Okay, blacks and non-blacks. The most serious point right now is to divert energies from the Third World War into positive stuff. And like I was saying, that the mere fact that the NATO countries, and England has done a little bit. John. Okay. Can you pop up something here quickly? Certainly, France is there, and pop up the Cambridge piece. Let's share that with the folks. And I hope you had, you know what that is?
The simplest form of technology is the development and use of basic tools.
Hold on, brother. The review, by the Laverture. The other day had. So these things are extremely important because it's 32 years this year since Gagut came out. And the one thing that didn't really help much was the discontinuation of the Gagut DOD program, a Pentagon program. And and of course, I wasn't even aware of how excited Pentagon was with the much that was done, certainly not officially. At the time it was being discontinued. So as part of those ups and downs and error here, error there, and all that. But we need to talk them out of the Third World War. Do you all understand? And I want people's opinion, comments, and all that. That could be done once we engage the governments. Because like I said, it's input from all sides, and I was hoping that John is able to find some of this other things that I can that's what we should be about right now. And because once once the fears or the concerns and all that are, begin to slow down or diminish, then we can engage in very positive stuff. One that, will benefit everybody. And Merkel, I didn't realize one of our nicknames. That's a lady from Germany. One of our nicknames is Saint Anne, Saint Anne Merkel. I didn't realize that's one of our nicknames. Because she actually how did they say that? She killed a few of the reactor programs for Germany after she heard what happened in Fukushima. Fukushima, yes. Yeah. After Fukushima, she eliminated all the nuclear, reactor centers in Germany, and some of the guys are very, very angry. And so when they show their anger, she and the other ladies are laughing. They feel delighted. They feel delighted that she was able to kill some of those programs, and she pretty much, although she, okay. And I wish she was still there, because it would be a lot easier talking to her than because I'm not familiar with the current guy there. I'm not familiar with. I wasn't really. I didn't. Yeah. I wasn't. The first page was that says Cambridge Core. Okay, yeah, let's start with that. So, but we got to engage everybody. We got to engage certainly the United Nations.
Yeah.
And this is where So like I said, you all should be free to make calls and engage them and tell them what we're going over tonight. You all understand in terms of a need, a critical need, urgent need for dialogue. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that
Yes.
okay? Very, very critical. And
You all see the picture in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
okay, what is supposed to say?
Yeah.
No, I know that, but it's in the older form. It says published by English. Anymore? So published on the Canadian of down Slovak. Published on no, that's not. Isn't that the text there below? No, that's not all. First of all, there is the actual review itself. It's that's supposed to be down below. Okay, but no, is there anything between this point and where we were before? Do you have any of that?
I have a mic problem.
Oh yeah. Okay, see here.
I have a bad connection. Bad connection. I'm sorry, everyone.
It's been kind of altered. What I'll do is I'm hoping my copies somewhere there for that one. You know. Yes, that's the one. What made them different?
You all see it? The Cambridge University Press.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Where is it? Okay, can you go up a little bit? No. Yes. All right. Yeah. So do you all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
So that means that England is not totally out of it. And so yeah. Yeah, there needs to be dialogue. That's the bottom line. Okay, John. Mm-hmm. Okay, so get back to the Senate already. Get back to where I guess on the formula there, and hopefully I'm not going to be interrupting. Okay, so that's there's something else I need. Okay. So, okay. Okay. Can you all see the screen now? Hello?
Yes, at the sub-in.
Okay, good. All right. So, so we got to pursue. How long has Mr. Taylor been there?
Mr. Taylor, how long have you been on the broadcast? Mr. Taylor, can you hear us? Mr. Taylor, how long have you been on the broadcast? Mr. Taylor? Nothing here. He's not responding.
Okay. All right. So, but like I said, there are a lot of people who are nervous and people who like to get involved right away and come and so on and so forth. And for Harvard and MIT, apparently they've been, you know, theirs ironically happened 2002, somewhere like December 2002, from what I gathered. And that's quite a long time to be ignored. They'll understand.
Okay. All right. 2000. So 2002, you're saying MIT began to engage in learning.
Well, yeah. However, it's the kind of thing where that is done in special classes, you know, maybe to do with certain sensitive projects and so on and so forth, because they haven't. I don't know they have an actual formal program there yet. But of course, they've been studying it for a long time, you know. But where it is public knowledge is what is not certain. Do you understand me? You know, and they're very good at trying to deal with that in terms of making sure the certain pieces of information are not put in the public domain, you know. So, but in any case, there's too much that's at stake, and so some action needs to be taken. You know, along that path, we would also need to deal with issues that have plagued the society as well, you know, for centuries, you know, a millennia, in terms of human relations and racial relations and all that. Do you all understand? Because that's all part and parcel of calming people down so they could overcome the anxieties and so on and so forth. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Because it's not a time to really stay in that mode, because then, you know, things that are not intended may begin. Oh, awesome. Yes. So we reach a point where there's quite a bit of reactions going on. For example, grievances that have been ongoing for centuries and millennia, people can now begin to talk about it, because fundamentally the problem can be viewed as a misunderstanding as a result of the use of theories by humans, especially interhuman or interracial relationships, in terms of how one human views another human, or another human segment, one human segment views another human segment. Especially when they're based on guesswork and theories, and when, for example, the Jewish people, just like Black people, were viewed with certain, the Berlin Conference, and that, came from Darwin's theories, and so on and so forth. You all understand? Gagut has certainly straightened things out through Eta sub n. Eta sub n comes out as God order, precisely showing the geometry of understanding, or geometry of intelligence. That's what Eta sub n represents. In as much as the solution, meaning the geometry of the whole universe. Therefore, it means that once you consider geometry, that is understanding. Especially if you're able to see it, to draw it, to write the exact formula down, which, and in geometry, what you're looking for is characteristic geometries. Do you all understand? Characteristic geometries.
Yes.
And one of the major concerns too is productivity. Productivity. Humanity must focus on productivity. Because when a mind is productive, that mind will be a healthy mind. Because productivity allows you an opportunity to use that mind positively. So productivity becomes important in a situation like this. And it's not just one part or one country, but it's got to be globally. And but like I said, the whole dialogue begins the process, and within that dialogue you begin to pick the issues that are most important and or most urgent, and that will give us some practice in terms of dealing with the problems. So therefore, what God ordered today is that we really begin to take this a lot more seriously than, this is not a nice channel presentation. This is the highest level of understanding. The very highest, there's nothing else like it. So the kinds of things that we can discuss with etas urbains, there are no etas urbains in this context with a lot of confidence outside Gagut. And that's why Professor Animalu indicated that Gagut allows mathematical scientists opportunity to go beyond Einstein. And so the title of the paper he wrote, I think we saw it recently, not recently, we haven't been on for 7 weeks. The last, maybe within the last couple of months, we saw where he entitled the review. It says, Review of Oyibo's Grand Unified Theorem with realizations of Oyibo Einstein relativities. Do you all remember that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And and that is one thing that struck him that really blew him away. And so in the review, he made sure that people who are reading it would understand what he has come across. And so, if you reviewers of Gagut I've gone through those kind of experiences, and I've tried to articulate it, for experts and others, so because there are people who don't know any other name associated with relativity beside Einstein's, and that all of a sudden another name pops up, and that name even is placed first before Einstein. That's quite a bit. And I remember in the beginning that was getting a lot of attention in terms of, the profiling of the readers and so on and so forth. So we have a lot of problems that could begin and begin to go through analysis and dialogues and all that. So that is unfortunately, as usual, time flies. So in terms of the dynamics with, say, UN, like I said, China is there already with their Chinese Daily News. And especially since China is involved in the Third World War concerns or dynamics. And of course, US is there through the Yale and other ways. MIT and Harvard are part of that. But engaging the government is very critical right now. Russia is there, but Russia has been a lot more explicit with things than the United States as far as Gagut goes. In terms of especially the government or government affiliations, So all this need to change in order to avoid more complications and more concerns. Do you all understand? Do you all understand?
Yes.
Okay. So, John? Okay. Okay, did we think that's what we lost somebody? Who's that?
Mr. Taylor.
Okay. John? Just bear with me, I'm waiting for John. But I want you, meanwhile, as we're waiting, please ask questions, okay? Let me hear your comments because this point is very critical. Let's hear your comments.
Well,
okay, so go ahead.
I was gonna continue reading technology.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going back to technology. It says the simplest form of technology is the development and use of basic tools. the prehistoric invention of shaped stone tools, followed by the discovery of how to control fire, increased sources of food. The latter Neolithic revolution extended this and quadrupled the sustenance available from a territory. The invention of the wheel helped humans to travel in and control their environment. Developments in historic times, including the printing press, the telephone, and the internet, have lessened physical barriers to communication and allow humans to interact freely on a global scale.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's in terms of technology, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, so
technology has many effects. It has helped develop more advanced economies, including today's global economy.
Right. Right. Yes, technology is fundamentally knowledge and use of knowledge to make things make things better, make quality of life better for creatures and all that. It's based on knowledge. It's application of knowledge to improve things. So, but what I wanted to show in terms of finishing up, maybe we could just, because time is going very fast now. I can talk about it, because when I was talking about the three, the Security Council, fundamentally you have US, China, Russia, UK, and France. And what I was saying before was we've had interactions from most of those in terms of them showing the awareness of Gagut. And in that situation, so the human aspect of things, human relations, is very critical, because human relations, which includes racial relations, is based on or hinges on perceptions. And by and large, perceptions, depend largely on, theorems and guesswork, and sometimes some observations that may or may not be accurate and all that. And that could lead to some disastrous, situations that could be avoided. So again, that's why the dialogue becomes critical right now in terms of this process. But blacks and non-blacks must participate in terms of learning how we could work with each other. You know, because I've seen enough nervousness that one needs to pay attention to. So part of the more focus is also spending more time, you know, learning to apply Gagut, because see, when we gather here, the thing that I share with you are applications, and that's where it's most important, applications. Although it may not sound like, you know, because fundamental, I'm using eta sub n. Eta sub n is where the solutions to all problems come from. That's why we spend a lot of time on eta sub n. You know, because you see geometry and you see, you know, part of how those geometries, you know, are utilized in terms of solving problems. So, you know, for example, the interhuman relationships, part of how that is brought into a discussion is how those individuals feel about each other. And, you know, by and large, there are problems and misconceptions and so on and so forth. And when you're able to follow, you know, everybody's perceptions, then you could help in terms of, you know, help to resolve some of their problems. So by and large, the problem comes from not knowing or not having accurate understanding, you know, of the other party's dynamics. You know, so therefore, yes, Gagut is able to assist us very much in that respect, you know. And but at this point, it's important because the government, by Einstein and the Jews were engaged in the government by early 20s. And in fact, 1921, Einstein was here in New York and all that, and was interacting certainly by mayors and people like that. Okay, so which was only 16 years. I'm sorry, 16 years after it came out, relativity came out. So although we've interacted with some governments, mayors, and all that, and certainly a global interaction was the whole world really. But more needs to be done. You know, so we could make sure we resolve problems that evolve, you know, as soon as possible. But it calls for more studying of Gagut, calls for more application of Gagut. especially in the health areas. You know, the coronavirus and all these other problems was we tackled gagotically. You know, and over there again, there is some, you know, challenges in terms of people who are used to the conventional medicine and the gagotical dynamics. And so you understand, these are some of the reasons why the dialogue is very critical. Okay, because people react with things they're not familiar with a lot of anxieties and worries. So again, Black people need to be a little more serious, because with Gagut, that is, because the non-Blacks would like to talk, you know, although it's kind of complicated because some of them are not even, they're busy trying to hide Gagut and fraudulent concealment and all that. There are others, though, that are a little more positive, and one would like to work with those and try to improve, you know, a lot of understanding. And what I'm unable to catch before we close out will be, I wanted to go over the Russia Daily News piece, but I wouldn't have time right now. So what we'll do is we'll overdue for a makeup briefings anyway, because, you know, for almost between 7 and 8 weeks, we've not had a briefing. That doesn't help us at this point. We need as much briefings as possible. So, but also that part of our involvement in these dynamics involves talking to people. Okay, sharing emails and going on our channel, you know, and subscribing, and those who you know subscribe, there are benefits for subscription, obviously. Oh, and then the Gagut books. People need more Gagut books and Gagut shirts and stuff like that. Okay, that will also help educate people about it and certainly protect life. Yes. So let's get the logo.
All right, I'll get some.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll get some more info out on the social sites and share them through the emails and stuff. I'll get on that.
Yes, absolutely. You know, yeah. So we got to understand that this thing is infinitely large, and we need to really, because it's the only thing we should really be about right now as humans. And like I was saying before, the mere fact that we are put on the spot because of this formula means that we have to live up to expectations. All right? Have to live up to expectation by making sure that we help alleviate people's anxieties and so on and so forth on both sides. You know, so that we can get down to nitty-gritty in terms of how to move on to higher grounds in our existence, in terms of the Gagut heaven state of existence. That's really one of the top priorities in terms of minimize solving problems and taking us to higher grounds. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
And as usual, time has gone quite a bit. And so we have to make up for the missed briefings. So that's another piece. And you all can go with John and work out the convenient dates for everyone, certainly in the weekends, including even Friday if it's feasible. So because we have a lot of things to cover, and but feel free, like I indicated, to contact the governments, especially the federal government and the state governments as well, and mayors. We've already been talking with some mayors, but the president's office is important at this point. So those of you who have access to the President Biden and Harris and all that should make the contact and alert, all of them that Gagut is available in terms of solutions to all problems. Do you all understand?
Yes.
So with that said, we now can, because it's already almost 11:50 already. And I will hope to convene or reconvene by the weekend. Okay. In order to pursue some of this project, but contacts needs to be made and send people over to our channel and to subscribe, as well as sign the petitions and all that. Okay. But feel free.
Okay.
You must be sharing, you must be talking to people, especially Black people at this point. Because Black people have additional disadvantage of not being in the math class for a long while. We have to get them returning back to that particular, situation in terms of getting back to the math classes, So therefore, but it begins with, saying hello and hi. You all understand?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we must feel, you must reach out and talk to someone and reach out and touch someone. Say hello a lot. Gagut greetings. That's a very powerful one. Gagut greetings, and people who haven't heard that before would ask questions, and then you can engage people in that way. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So unless there are some more questions, we might proceed with the closing out and work vigorously to mobilize, especially the life-saving part. That needs a lot more attention, because we're losing a lot of people through the COVID. Yes. So we really, in fact, like I said, and people seem to be shy, they're not aware and all that. When you say Gagut greetings and all that, watch out for a person who is curious. You could even volunteer, even if they don't verbally.
Right.
Growing up, I always had a sense of the profound impact that basketball had on my family.
ask you for,